The following is a presentation of The Day.
It's championship week in the ECC, and on a windy afternoon at Ledyard High School, all eyes are on the ECC Division II boys soccer final as the number 3 St. Bernard Saints and the number 5 Killingly Trailblazers are set to go at it in what should be an excellent contest in challenging conditions, and all of the action is live on game day. Game day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Build your future with General Dynamics Electric Boat, the leader in submarine shipbuilding. Get hands-on training, gain valuable experience, and grow your skills as part of a team building the Navy's next generation of submarines. Apply today at ebcareers.com and explore maritime careers nationwide at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, building skills, building futures. Casey O'Neill along with Colin Delaney, fresh off of last night's girls ECC championships. We are now at Ledyard. It is windy, and I asked both coaches, are you guys able to be successful on the ground? Because this one is going to affect the ball throughout the course of the game. So Colin, we are in for a treat. Weather conditions always a factor.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes weather can be a leveling factor depending on the style of play of both teams. Obviously, a lot of balls in the air can affect that team depending which way they're going. It looks like the wind is blowing from our right to our left, so kind of in favor of St. Bernard's. So certainly it's a game where, if you're going into the wind, play the ball more on the ground. And if you're going with the wind, potentially in the air, depending on the nature of your style of play. But certainly it will factor in today's game. These two teams have seen each other twice this season. Both times, St. Bernard's got the better of the situation in a 2-0 win and a 3-0 win, but that was back in September, Casey. So we'll see what happens tonight because both teams, obviously, a different version of themselves more than a month later.
Killingly in the all-white going left to right on your screen. St. Bernard in the all-red going from right to left on your screen. As always, we feature the keepers, St. Bernard senior James Niles and Killingly senior Preston Supernaut. Now, Preston Supernaut, first-year goalkeeper, taking on the tall task of defending against the Saints, who have 3 10-goal scorers in their big 3, if you will, of Christian Tompkins, Desmond Powers, and Christian Lopez.
Yeah, like I said, going into this game, I think from St. Bernard's standpoint, it's tough. We talked about it last night with Bacon. It's tough to play a team 3 times, tough to beat a team 3 times. With that being said, do I expect Killingly to step up to the task tonight? I do. I expect them to play a little more probably conservative brand of soccer, knowing they've given up 5 goals to St. Bernard's this season and no goals for. But you got to be mindful of the big 3, as you mentioned, because 30 goals plus for each is a big 3 to defend.
You see Tompkins there for the Saints running on and cleared out by Killingly. Killingly got here with having not given up a goal in the ECC tournament, 2-0 over Lyme and then 1-0 to get here over New London. The Saints 4-1 over Griswold and 1-0 over Wheeler. So the Saints, I think, would have the advantage from a goal-scoring perspective. Powers with a strong throw, and out of bounds, off it goes. It'll be a goal kick for Killingly. Speaking with Coach Frankie Lee, they're a big team. And then you're looking out on the field, you can certainly see it. In Tompkins is big. Powers is usually the biggest guy on the field in most of his matches. They run big across the middle and the front. She said, so sometimes playing it over the top is an advantage for them because they have the bigger players. And he said the field at St. Bernard is a grass field. We talked last night about teams that play on grass. And he said, it's difficult for us to play it along the ground at home because the grass field is very tricky. He said, so we've become accustomed playing it in the air. He's like, all coaches want to be on the surface. No coaches want to be subjects to the air and the weather. But when you're on a field like they have, they've become accustomed. So he's like, I don't expect my guys suddenly to get locked on the ground, though they worked on it exclusively in preparation of the tournament because they knew the tournament would be on finals would be on turf. So, that's another thing to consider, right? St. Bernard's is playing on a field that doesn't really lend itself to the way the turf does. So they're comfortable in the air, but he said the wind changes that dramatically. Balls in the air that are meant for their bigger guys don't travel the same way when the wind's going. So that'll be something to look at tonight, is which way the teams use the wind to their advantage.
Yeah, Casey, I've actually had the privilege of seeing both of these teams multiple times this season, and I'll wait on the throw here.
Powers with exactly that powerful throw, almost like a set piece from that distance, because he throws it. Of course, that young man is heading to Tufts to play baseball, where he is an outstanding pitcher, and that's a great school as well. He'll be playing some NESCAC baseball, something that Peter Wappy's familiar with, as he is a NESCAC guy as well, as am I.
It's where Dez's kid.
Tufts, yep. Connor had an unbelievable career there, after being the Connecticut Player of the Year ahead of Frankie Mazzucato, who was in the Royals organization. Corner kick on the far side for the Saints. Going far post, there's that ball in the air. A couple of heads get on it. Garvey had the best chance at it, but Killingly looks like they're sagged back a little bit. I think realizing that they don't have the wind and the Saints have the size.
Yeah, and so essentially any time that we're within 20 yards of this end line, you're going to see Desmond Powers with this, pretty strong throw, which serves as like a corner kick.
There it goes. Killingly gets a couple heads on it. Garvey with a foot on it, and that sails out, and it'll be a goal kick for Killingly.
So it puts Killingly on their heels every single time the ball is in their defensive third as a throw-in or a corner kick, because everything becomes a corner kick in that situation, because Desmond can throw the ball clear across the box, and then once again, with the wind at his back right now, it even adds more to it. He can throw on a line, he can throw on a lob, a tremendous athlete, and obviously a big, strong kid. Jumbo kid, going to become a jumbo next year.
He will be a jumbo, that's correct. Talking with the coaches, they both say, 4-3-3. But I asked, because I have Delaney acumen now. I've got the Delaney factor. So I said to him, listen, of course you play a 4-3-3. I get that. But what is it really? What is your goal what is your shape ultimately for you, and how do you use that? And they laughed, and because they both said, a lot of, basically one of the coaches, and I won't say who, but one of the coaches said, I don't know, it depends on which of my team shows up today. They're going to move guys up and back based on sort of how he feels about this. And the other coach said pretty clearly that they rely, St. Bernard's, you don't have to even say this. Frankie didn't have to say it to me. They rely on the front three. They don't send a lot of midfield help up because those front three are so good. And they use Powers as a Swiss Army knife. He's played defense before. He's been an all-conference defender. They'll move him around as needed. I think I got the impression from Coach Ponciano that he really hopes to try to get a little extra defense out of his midfield. Because of that big three of St. Bernard's. But the wind, they were both very quick to point out, the wind will change their defensive strategy. Right now, Killingly has to put a little extra back there because the wind is in favor of St. Bernard's. So you're conscious of balls getting through.
Yeah, if I'm St. Bernard's and I didn't catch the coin toss, but I definitely would have taken side of field over the possession, right? Because, with the wind at your back, knowing that you've had the advantage in the previous two matches against Killingly Trailblazers, that's going to aid you in the first half. And it's always good to start strong, right, and kind of run with that lead, especially when you've had those two wins, previously. But, they're going to call it a 4-3-3, and you see it now. But defensively, you're going to see one of the front three drop in, whether it's Powers or the other two drop in and help defend. And then in terms of, Killingly, if they're smart, they're probably going to do the same because they just don't have the possession that we're seeing out of St. Bernard's right now, and certainly the firepower, not having scored on this team once this season.
Talking with Killingly about, where they get their goals from, they're pretty evenly distributed as well. He said they don't have a goal scorer that's ahead of everybody else. They mix it up. They've got a bunch of guys who have contributed. He said at the end of the day, Christian Tremblay and Avion Janton-Adams are the big two. They both cite their center backs as crucial to today, which I kind of feel is like saying your quarterback is crucial to a game in football. It's like, really? Your center back's really crucial today? And I'm going to talk a little bit about the center back, and I have a question for you to explain to our folks at home with a little soccer 101 here in a second, because I think, like anything else, we talk about how the positions in soccer that get the most attention are the goal scorers and the goalie, because it's kind of inevitable that you see the goalie and you see the goal scorers. But
Stats.
A really good, exactly, stats. A really good defensive player doesn't show up in any stat other than wins usually, because they deny goals. And listening last night, we had Alyssa Blanchette. She scored the goal. The goalie Daughtry threw the shutout, and they both cited Elliott as the key to the whole thing because she slid into the center back position that she doesn't normally play. Her sister does, and they said, that being able to slide a player into that position as flawlessly as she did it, changed the dynamic of the game for them. So explain to the folks at home what exactly is the center back and why is it such an important position in soccer?
Well, the center back is essentially almost like, I liken it to like a catcher in baseball. They see the whole field, similar to like a goalkeeper, but they're a field player, Obviously can't use the hands and so on, but because they see everything, they can conduct the shape and they can change the way that systems move. They can pinch players from, east to west. So, for example, if the ball is to my left as a center back, right, I'm going to pinch my right back closer to me to kind of, clog up that hole to prevent holes from overlapping runs to the middle and passes. So they really see the entire field from that standpoint, and they're kind of like the general of the field. And, once again, it also helps pushing up the high line, dropping back on a counterattack, so they see everything. And if you have someone with a good soccer acumen and a good soccer IQ, that's certainly a positive thing. And with Elliott dropping in that position, certainly it helped them yesterday, especially for how long they played defense in that second half. I mean, we're talking the better part of this, 20 minutes of that second half. They defended and stood on their head to keep, their team at bay, a very talented Stonington team.
Shot ripped high from Bryce Lemovitz, and it'll be a goal kick for St. Bernard. So if you're wondering who the center backs are, looking at St. Bernard, you're looking at number 4, Evan Lopez, the senior. And if you look over at Killingly, you're going to be focusing on number 15, Ezekiel Benoit, and occasionally Exel Padilla will slide into that role as well. So if you're looking in the back line of Killingly right now, you see number 15 and 16. Those are your two players that will occupy that role. Right now, you see that it's 15 Benoit. And if you're looking at St. Bernard in the red, you're seeing number 4 right now, Evan Lopez, in that center back position. And both of them are sort of the captains of the defense, kind of directing traffic and letting people know where to be.
Yeah, whether you have the captain armband on your arm or not, whether that C is on your arm or not, if you are the one of the two center backs that kind of runs the show out of the back, that's a crucial part of that team. So, in this case, we're talking about, as you mentioned, number 15, Benoit for Killingly, and then number 4, Lopez, for St. Bernard. So although there's 2 of them, one of them kind of runs the show back there, and there's a lot of communication.
Zachary Lackner with the direct kick from 30 yards out, curls it into the 18. It's loose, a shot, and a save, Nile. Ball loose again, a shot, and a deflection by Cooper Norbit to keep St. Bernard clean on the sheet.
I've seen Killingly play 2 or 3 times this season, had the pleasure of watching them. They're a team that certainly is pretty adept at the counterattack. They're pretty patient with defending. They have a good, strong back 4, but don't ever count them out. They'll definitely learn to counterattack quickly. Number 10 on the outside for Killingly, Christian Tremblay, is a super technical, speedy forward, and has been responsible for a lot of their goals this season, and certainly somebody you should look for in that outside area. He tries to get outside the outside back and then cut in. He can play with his right or left foot, but certainly they're comfortable with kind of sitting back and then countering. We saw that for the first probably 5 or 6 minutes, and then all of a sudden now they're down this end, putting shots in the frame.
Getting up high there was Janton Adams, and now one of their leading goal scorers, Jeremiah Smith, loses it. Back it goes to Ethan Hall, and through the middle, Killingly will play. Back to Powers for the Saints, and he'll play it back. McWilliams out wide. It goes to Norbit. The Saints are the more prolific goal-scoring team in general, and obviously that showed up in their 2 wins over Killingly during the season. But both teams have won 5 straight. So Killingly, despite a 10-6-1 record, has won 5 straight and is in the finals, the ECC finals, for the first time in over a decade.
Yeah, an upset win if you call it against New London this past weekend on Saturday, 1-0 victory. Watching that game, I would say that the lion's share of the possession went to New London. But once again, that counterattack situation led to a 1-0 victory for Killenly.
Tompkins puts it in the middle for Powers. Back to Tompkins near the end line, and it's going to be a goal kick. Nice job by Killenly. Killenly trying to pull off the double dip. Girls Soccer Championship, Boys Soccer Championship in Division 2.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. Occasionally we see a couple teams in the finals. We've seen the likes of, Bacon Academies, and we've seen East Lyme, and we've seen a couple of teams in NFA over the years and things like that. But it's nice to see, a team like Killenly, who in this case was the upset winner on the boys' side, and then, on the girls' side came out with a victory last night, 2-0 with some speedy freshmen. But it's always nice to get, a community like that with two opportunities to, claim a crown.
What we've seen in past years is that you might get one of the two teams as a favorite, but rarely two. Similar here, I would say that Killenly girls were a favorite last night over Montville, although an even, favorite if it was a very close one. In this one, I would say St. Bernard is the clear favorite. They've beat them twice, but we talked about trying to beat a team 3 times. And if you look at last night, Stonington lost twice to Bacon. Last night was a game where I don't think anyone would argue that a score of 3-1 Stonington could have been just as easy as a score of 1-0 Bacon. So Stonington certainly outplayed them in large portions of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking probably 70-30, most of the first half and then actually most of the second half. I mean, after that early goal in the second half, by Bacon there, I think it was a situation where at that point Bacon kind of just parked the bus, for the better part of 20-30 minutes, which was an interesting move, but it paid off at the end.
Yeah, Bacon, I think Stonington showed that they got a little closer each time, and so I think that's Killenly's hope, right? They trying to get a little closer each time. They lost 2-0, they lost to them earlier in the year, 3-0, then 2-0. Can they get it a little closer this time and maybe pull off the upset?
Yeah, and this Killenly boys team is a little bit different than the girls team in terms of they try to possess a bit more, but once they get to their attacking half or attacking third, they do look to play balls in and over and through to some of their speedy forwards on the attack. So similar to the two freshmen we saw last night, but Killenly is definitely more of a 4-4-2 in the girls side last night and definitely a 4-3-3 in the boys side. So you see them possess through the midfield, but they will look through balls over top, especially to number 10, who tends to try to get in behind the defense.
Saints doing a nice job spacing it out right now, playing it through the midfield, and they have definitely kept it on the ground as they've tried, they were trying to do. They've mainly done that, which might, by the way, be part of the issue with why they haven't had a lot of offense generated yet. I don't know how adept they are, probably still trying to feel each other out a little bit on the ground attack against a Killenly defense. I think playing defense, that's what right now, if you ask me what I'm seeing, the priority for Killenly is clearly defend.
Well, I think in these championship games, right, whether you played a team once, twice, 3 times, like in this case, or even yesterday between Montville and Killenly on the girls' side, who didn't play each other at all during the regular season, I think there's always that feel-out period, trying to figure out what shape are they going to throw at us, how's the ebb and flow of the game going to continue, how would the weather or the wind impact play for sure. But really, seeing St. Bernard's and Killenly play a lot this year, particularly St. Bernard's, despite them being a grass team, so to speak, they're very much a possession-based, on-the-floor, skill-based combination play type team. They don't love playing on grass. I've seen them play on grass and on turf, and they're a much better turf team despite having grass at home.
Sierkowski miscommunicating with Tremblay. I think they had a chance at a little late. One was expecting the overlap, and the other cut it in for a through ball, and that's just a little miscommunication between the two.
St. Bernard's coming into this game with 47 goals for, only 13 against over the 17 games, 18 games they've played. A plus 34 goal differential, so certainly goal scoring prowess is on the side of the St. Bernard Saints. Whereas Killenly is coming to the game with about 10 less goals for, 37, 22 against, so more, and only a plus 15 goals differential. So, I think it's a situation where I think Killenly knows what they're capable of, right? But I think defense has got to be the priority because they do know that the Saints can score in bunches.
There goes Smith, cuts it on a dime, looking for Sierkowski, and very confident back line, poised for the Saints. Tremblay maintains possession on the far side. Tries to cut it through to Sierkowski, but intercepted in the middle. Here comes Tompkins looking down for his teammate on the far side, Lopez, but stolen here by Tompkins. Christian Tompkins looking for the left-footed centering cross. There's Powers with the left foot, and a goal! The big 2 of 3. Tompkins to Powers, and the Saints jump on top first.
Big, strong Powers, future jumbo, comes across the middle. Ball played deftly on the ground to a left-footed finish by Powers. Great first goal for St. Bernard's in this ECC boys final.
Give Tompkins credit. He stayed with it physically. He was being hounded by his defender and put a beautiful ball on the ground and perfectly placed Powers with the left foot, one touch, kept it low, got it past Supernaut, and the Saints with 21-32 in the first have a lead. And now Killingly's in that unenviable task of having to score a goal when they haven't been able to crack the code of the Saints defense yet this year.
Yeah, really impressed with Tompkins getting his foot around the ball under pressure, playing it on the ground, and then the composure of Powers in traffic and inside the 18 to put that ball away, one touch with his left foot. So pretty goal for St. Bernard's to get on the board 1-0. And to your point, Casey, you know, it's a tough situation to be in for Killingly because they don't want to play from behind here. You know, they've been behind all season long in 2 games prior to St. Bernard's, and now they've got to try to find an equalizer in this situation here.
Tremblay was looking for a flag there, and he didn't get the whistle. So it'll stay possession with Killingly, and a throw from Benoit on the far side. Middle of the field. McWilliams to Tompkins. Back to McWilliams.
Back to him in the corner.
Out wide it goes. Center. There's Tompkins. Just missed the volley.
Just a hair off sides on that through ball there. Good idea by Tompkins, but cheated a little bit too far, maybe by a yard or so. But certainly another great diagonal ball from St. Bernard's. Dangerous play inside the box.
Sub into the game, both Marcelo Luna and Geronimo Acosta Rua into the game for the Saints.
You know, one thing we're seeing is for those that are, you know, first-time viewers of soccer or maybe haven't caught a bunch of games this year, you know, the ECC sticks to the 2-man crew throughout our regular season and goes to a 3-man crew for our finals. And so in that situation, you know, you don't have 2 officials on the field calling the offsides. You have your ARs on the side with flags, so they're really mindful of those offsides. So you can't be off by even an inch in these situations because you're going to get caught with our flagmen.
McWilliams, nifty move, far post, trying to find Norbert just wide, but the Saints turning up the offensive attack here over the last few minutes.
We've got the great Tim Barbaros in the middle. Tim is a like full-time official, I feel like. He's a great official amongst many sports, soccer and basketball among the 2 of them. And then, of course, on the sidelines, we've got Sean Severa, our AR, and Marion Ionescu. So another good squad out here, you know, manning our ECC final between Killingly and the Saints.
And it's funny that you say that about Tim, because we often say that, you know, great coaches can coach anything, and I'd rather have a really good coach a sport they've never coached before, because they know the principles of coaching. I feel the same way about officials. There are officials, if you're a really good official, you're generally a good official across multiple sports.
Yeah, I mean, if you know the rules and you've got the development and the experience, for sure. I think the way that Tim carries himself, and he's been recognized by the ECC on the boys and girls side as just being a quality official. I think he communicates well with the players, he communicates well with the coaches, he's even keel enough, but he's also very knowledgeable about the sport.
Another official in that same mold, the great Sergio Lewis, who we saw in the diving championships And I said, all right, now I've seen it all, volleyball and diving. And he said, yeah. He's like running up and down a field, basketball court, field, are bad on my knees. He's like, these diving and volleyball, much better. So as Tim, who's probably as in shape as any official in the world, as he gets older, we'll see if he hangs up the field officiating and moves on to the diving, holding up the card. I mean, that's prime official time.
Pickleball, perhaps?
7.5, 6.2. Pickleball, yeah, you don't have to, you just raise the flag in pickleball. Volleyball, you get to sit in the chair. I could be a chair official, 100%. I could be a chair official. The days of me moving anywhere outside of a chair, though, are long gone.
Well, I can see you in the golf course being like a golf ranger, like.
Well, I got a cart. I'm in a cart, 100%. It's a move. All that is a moving chair. Tompkins doing battle with Ethan Hall. They've been going at it. Hall is who was on Tompkins when he was able to make the cross to Powers. Then those two have been doing. I mean, the size differential. There's a good foot difference between them, and probably 40 pounds. And Hall has been staying strong against Tompkins.
Yeah, they're definitely strong in this side. We've seen these guys play, as I mentioned before, and certainly they hold the ball well. They have a good circumference around them to kind of shield the ball when needed to. So not just the size, but the strength behind it too. It's some of these guys are still developing as high school players, and some of these guys already have that college kind of athletic build already, which definitely creates havoc when you're trying to go 1v1 with somebody in a defensive or attacking third.
Saints trying to regain possession in the middle and Killingly keeping them on the defensive right now as Tremblay tries to change fields, but Tompkins is there, and Tompkins loses it. Killingly sort of waiting for that mistake. They've been very patient.
Yeah, when the likes of, like I said, Tremblay on the left side, who's super technical and quick and deft, and then Lemovitz on the right side, it's kind of a nice 1-2 punch as those guys get forward on the field. They're both very technical, good on the ball, able to attack, but also distribute well.
Killingly will have the throw as we're ticking down to 15 minutes in the first half, 1-0 Saints.
And a credit to Killingly that, despite that 1-goal deficit right now, they have not wavered in their attacking plan. They're getting the ball right back in their attacking field. St. Bernard's, a little bit on their heels the last 5 minutes or so, which is pretty typical after a goal, right? A little bit of a false sense of hope going up a goal. But Killingly certainly has a strong defense and is trying to get that ball into their attacking end to provide some opportunities.
Middle of the field, Rembish for the Saints, and now out it goes. That's a dangerous ball right there whenever it gets deflected, but no Saint was in the vicinity, so Killingly will play through the middle.
Crowd filling in here at Field here at Ledyard High School. Should be a great night of soccer with the nightcap this evening, East Lyme and the home team Ledyard.
I'm just happy that it's 30 degrees warmer in this press box than I was last night in the press box at Griswold, where I was, by the end of the night, literally shaking.
And this might be the first game over recent years where we are not blinded by the sun.
That is correct. That is correct. Dangerous, but a successful decision from Niles coming out of his box and getting off his line to get there first. That would have been a mistake had he not, but he knew his distance and speed. He did the math.
He understood the assignment. In my experience seeing Niles this season, he's a very intelligent young man. He does well on and off his line, communicates well to his back line about where they need to be, and certainly you want that out of that goalkeeper, as you mentioned last night, with the likes of Sienna Gressley, So certainly that's a benefit when you have someone who's not just a good goalkeeper, but a solid soccer IQ for the game.
Powers with the throw, gets it back, and whistle, it'll go over to Killingly.
And I would say aside from Powers' soccer prowess and just athletic prowess, he is a ultra competitive individual. You know, being around him on the field this year, you know, he wants to win. He's going to let you know as a teammate. He's going to let you know as a player. He's going to let the opposition know. He's going to let you know. You know, so certainly he's someone you want on your side for sure when it comes to any kind of athletic event.
Powers with the one goal of the game thus far. Killingly will have the kick from deep in their own end.
And St. Bernard's does a nice job of sharing the ball. They really work the ball well, much like we saw with Stonington girls last night. They definitely moved the ball across all three phases of the game, east and west, up and down. And that's it makes it hard on the opposition to defend that when you're always moving the ball in different directions. It keeps them guessing. They trust each other across the entire field.
Sprinting back is Benoit. And it'll be a throw-in for Killingly.
Showing off some wheels as he tracked down that ball on the farther side.
You know, one thing we've talked over and over over the last couple of years, there is no such thing as a short field or a long field anymore because of how powerful these legs are. You know, kids routinely kick it 60 yards and drop it into a technical spot. We're seeing it now with throws as well. We've started seeing it more and more over the past few years. The goalies can all punt now. I mean, the field has definitely shrunk even at this level. I can only imagine, because I don't get to see a lot of live high-end college or professional soccer. I mean, we see it across all sports that the playing area has shrunk as the athletes get bigger and faster. You know, a basketball court was not meant for 10, 6'10", 7.5-foot long players. That was not the intent when they created the basketball court. A football field was not meant for 300-pound, 6'6" guys to run in a 4-3 and close across space. Same thing here with soccer. While the little guy is still a part of soccer, as we see these players getting bigger and stronger and faster, the field really does not seem as big as it once did. And I know from having been out there as Powers, great tackle. Benoit with a great tackle on Powers. I remember, the field feels big. I don't think it doesn't look big as quickly as these guys can cover ground and as strong as their feet are both through punting and striking.
Yeah, and this is the longest the field can be. So the full-size regulation soccer field can be no bigger than 120 yards long, right? So you got the end zone here, both sides 10 yards plus 100 yards in between, so 120 yards. Not a big math guy, but I pretty much think I nailed that one.
You did, very well.
And then width-wise, it's about 65 yards. The standard football field is about 55 yards, at about 5 yards on each side, so you're looking at about 65 yards. So it can be up to 120 by 80. 120 by 80 is massive in terms of width. But you're right. As players have gotten bigger, faster, stronger at the high school and collegiate level and beyond, it has certainly shrunk the field for both the boys and the girls, the men and the women at this, juncture of soccer in this country and really around the world. And I think it's a credit to, players kind of taking athletics a bit more serious when it comes to the fitness part and the strength part. You go to the gym occasionally and you don't see people just doing the bro sprint, right? They're doing sport-specific exercises which lend itself to performing at higher levels, in their own sport, particularly soccer.
Shippey played it out wide. It goes, and the Saints defense steps in. Playing it through Lopez. Lopez tried to sneak one past Benoit. He's been very good back there, but he has been constantly harassed by the Saints. That time, it was Norbert out there with him.
Saints doing a nice job of playing two-touch soccer. Really, when you're possessing the ball well, you're taking probably no more than 2 to 3 touches on the ball, and that allows the ball to move quicker among spaces and creates good opportunities for you. When you take those extra touches, it allows the defense to set up their shape, antagonist to what you're trying to accomplish. So certainly you're going to see a lot more of that from St. Bernard's, and that's why they've been so successful in so many games this year. They really trust each other, and they play a lot of minimal touch soccer around the field.
Middle of the field. Killingly staying poised, but St. Bernard with the 1-0 lead. Nice play there, trying to get it through to Tompkins. Deflected into the middle of the field. Great through ball from Luna.
Yeah, Luna has really kind of come on as a great player off the bench this year. He's really provided a spark to the team. Very technical, comes up in with a lot of energy, communicates well with his teammates. Doesn't hold the ball too long for the most part, and really can play super creative. He's a great, one-touch passes, some heel passes. He's a pretty creative guy in the middle and attacking third of the field from what I've seen this season.
Kind of the opposite of what we saw last night. St. Bernard with 8 seniors, Killingly with 9. So these are senior-laden teams, and unlike what we saw yesterday with the girls, the majority of play is from the seniors.
Yeah, and I think that'll also lend itself to whether they're down a goal or up a goal, they're not going to take it too serious, and they're going to kind of use their experience and their maturity to stay in this game. So that's why you're seeing Killingly, despite being down a goal, hasn't flinched yet. They're still continuing to play their game because they know they have the veteran leadership to play a full 80 minutes and find a winner.
Nice soccer right there from the Saints. Patient. 6th person to touch the ball. Mostly one touch.
Yeah, you're seeing it right there again, right? It's one touch, 2-touch soccer, checking their shoulders, moving the ball. Definitely guys moving off the ball, which is so crucial. We saw a lot of that from Stonington last night. A lot of off the ball movement to create opportunities. You can take 2 touches all day long, Casey, but if no one's there to receive it, you're going to be out of luck. So it's not just the person with the ball, it's what are my teammates doing off the ball to provide me opportunities.
Trying to get it through to Tompkins. Saints will maintain in the midfield. There's Powers. McWilliams. Out wide, Norbert. Again, Killingly, very calm. Trying to use Tremblay on the outside. Tremblay, only one other Killingly offensive player now leaking through. Tremblay, and he puts it on frame, and Niles swings in and gets there before Janton Adams. But other than the hard run from Lackner late, there was not enough of an offensive presence for Killingly.
No, and that causes, Tremblay to hold the ball longer than maybe, Coach Ponciano wants to. Because, if historically and statistically, the longer you hold the ball, the higher the likelihood you're going to lose the ball. So, Tremblay has great technical ability, but in general, the longer he holds it, I think more players tend to kind of hold their runs because they think he's going to hold it longer and potentially go 1v1 with the back. But eventually he's going to lose that ball. Thankfully, he was able to get that ball across. But to your point, nobody was crashing. Nobody was driving into that final third to be an option for him.
4.5 minutes. The throw will come in right here in front of us with Delgado Morton. Keep in mind in the second half, the wind will be in the favor of Killingly. We'll see if that changes their approach. They might say, you know what, 1-0, we'll take it. See how we do in the second half with the wind.
But we haven't seen too many balls really in the air, and that might be a combination of style versus also function of the weather. Other than Killingly occasionally launching long balls onto the foot of, whether it be Janton Adams or Tremblay, really it's been on the ground.
Tompkins throws one, deflected, and settled nicely. Padilla had it, sent it out wide, and that's going to go out of bounds. It'll be a throw for the Saints.
Dangerous ball by Tompkins there. I mean, nice little left-footed volley. If that gets by that Killingly defender there, that's going to kind of, bend through the box, and that might hit an ongoing runner on the part of the Saints.
Tompkins heads it to himself, now takes it outside. Center, but nothing there, and Supernaut comes off, corrals it. If there had been someone crashing, I think if Powers had seen where that ball was going, that would have been a good chance for St. Bernard.
And Powers did a nice job of recognizing that Tompkins was going out into his normal space, so he kind of tucked into the middle of the field. I think maybe Powers was expecting a ball in the air, which is kind of his bread and butter, right? The guy being so tall, but ended up being kind of a short ball near the near post on the ground, which he couldn't quite get to.
Saints throw on the far side. As we're just under 2.5 minutes here in the first half. ECC Division II Boys Soccer Championship. St. Bernard's 1, Killingly 0. McWilliams plays it outside. Battling out there is Lopez. Killingly wins it, but you see the wind right there affect that ball, put it right back toward the Killingly side of things. So it went up and just hit a wall, hit a wind wall.
Yeah, and if you get that coupled with some backspin and it hits the turf, that's really going to put a big movement on the ball in the favor of the Saints. So certainly, for the most part, like I mentioned, we're seeing most of the play on the ground with the occasional ball that pops up like that one did.
Tompkins, 2 Powers. And deflected out. Acosta Rua will have it, and now Powers will make the throw. Tries to go low to Tompkins. Little 1-2 game, Powers and Tompkins. Now Tompkins throws it toward the middle. We're down to 1:15. And a clear from Shippey.
Yeah, we've seen a little shift here in the last 5 minutes or so. Mostly St. Bernard soccer on their half of the field. I think if you're a Killingly Trailblazer, you want to keep it at 1 going into this half. You definitely don't want to go down 2 going into the half here. So I think you're going to, defend over this last minute, take your chances, head in the locker room.
There's a chance right there. Tompkins off the post, off the goalie, in and on cue. Christian Tompkins, beautiful ball from Powers. Powers to Tompkins. They've seen it in both directions. Off the post, off the goalie, into the goal. And 36 seconds left. It's 2-0 Saints. That is a backbreaker.
That is a crushing blow to the Killingly Trailblazers. As I was in mid-sentence, what to avoid, the Saints came marching and buried that one off the post, off the back to go up 2-0 here with 30 seconds left in this first half.
I didn't want to say goal by Delaney, but it might as well have been. That might as well have been a goal from you. Sometimes you can just sense it, and in that instance, and then almost a third goal. Powers snuck it away from Supernaut. That was very close to goal number 3 for the Saints.
Just taken away by a Killingly defender there on the goal line as it appeared. AR on the side signaled no goal. And here we are heading into halftime.
We are at halftime. The St. Bernard Saints, a 2-0 lead over the Killingly Trailblazers. We'll be back in 10 minutes. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Game Day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Join the team building the future of undersea defense. General Dynamics Electric Boat is hiring, offering great careers in engineering, design, welding, and other skilled trades. Explore opportunities, training, and benefits when you apply at ebcareers.com. And for shipbuilding careers across the country, visit buildsubmarines.com. General Dynamics Electric Boat, where your future sets sail. It's time for Game Day's Athletes of the Future Grade 8 Plays of the Week. Starting off at number 8, Andrew McElwee, Montville Football. Bacon Academy looking for the tie. The 2-point conversion denied as McElwee's in the right place, makes the big play and seals the win for the Wolves. At number 7, Cooper Harris, Woodstock Academy football, and the big showdown with Waterford steps in front of the Rassicot pass down the sideline. Pick 6. Huge win for the Centaurs over the Lancers. At number 6, a little tag team action for the Griswold Wolverines. Lane Moss with the strip. Laterals to teammate Nick Cool Waters, and well, you know, when there's Moss, there's Waters. And Griswold football with the touchdown. At number 5, Ryan Webster, Killingly football. Give love to the specials. Off the edge, blocks the punt, and recovers it in the end zone for a touchdown. Webster making it happen. Good things for the Trailblazers. At number 4, Wheeler Soccer's Hannah Viel, 40 yards out. You can't even see her, but you see the missile into the upper part of the net. We love those free kick bombs from 40 yards. At number 3, Ellery Sampson, Woodstock Academy Soccer, saves the big PK, but not done yet against NFA in the quarterfinals. Goes down low, saves PK number 2, and well, 3 times a charm. 3 PK saves to get Woodstock Academy past NFA. Ellery Sampson doing it all. At number 2, let's go to the Powder Puffs. That's right. Stonington's Shelby Mayo, the 3-sport star, back, shows off the big-time arm. Audrey Schrage runs underneath it and then turns on the Jets. A 60-yard touchdown. The juniors won't be denied. That bomb right there. Hey, Coach Massengale, take a look. Sign them up. That duo is something. But at number 1, for a free week of training at Athletes of the Future, let's go to the Montville Youth Football 9-year-old Kinsley Wheatley, wearing number 9, and goes 99 yards. That's right, Kinsley showing off her wheels. 99 yards as they chase her. They won't catch her. Off to the house for the touchdown. That one is the longest touchdown that we've had this year, and it is your Athletes of the Future number 1 play. Send us your best plays, and maybe you can make next week's AOF Grade 8. Build your future with General Dynamics Electric Boat, the leader in submarine shipbuilding. Get hands-on training, gain valuable experience, and grow your skills as part of a team building the Navy's next generation of submarines. Apply today at ebcareers.com and explore maritime careers nationwide at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, building skills, building futures. General Dynamics Electric Boat is proud to be a part of our community, and we're hiring. Join a team that values teamwork, craftsmanship, and purpose while helping build submarines that protect our nation. Explore careers at ebcareers.com or learn more about shipbuilding opportunities across the country at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, where careers are built together.
Halftime about to end here at Ledyard High School, where the St. Bernard Saints hold a, I don't want to call it decisive, but a very strong 2-0 lead over the Killingly Trailblazers. Second half action about to begin. All the action live on Game Day. Casey O'Neill, Colin Delaney. Colin, give me a 20-second capsule on St. Bernard's and a 20-second capsule on what Killingly needs to do second half.
Yeah, I think St. Bernard's needs to continue doing what they're doing. I mean, it's not a big mystery here. What's working needs to continue to work. Maintain the possession, move the ball into all phases of the field, and just in general, watch out for counterattacks from Killingly, because Killingly can be very, prone to counterattacks and has some wheels up top. As far as Killingly's concerned, they need to take more chances. Get more numbers forward, more bodies forward, take more chances. They played a more conservative style with a lot of, big entry balls. Get numbers forward, get men forward, put balls in the frame, and test the keeper.
First possession, St. Bernard, and they're going to bang it into the wind. That will be the one interesting part of half number 2 is how can Killingly mount attacks with the wind? Will they try to use some speed? Will they try to puncture that back line? The Saints now on the season 7-0 over Killingly in their 3 games. So how much would one goal matter to Killingly at this point? Just showing that they can score against the Saints.
I think it's going to really, improve their mentality for this game, right? It's going to take a little bit of the wind out of the sails from the Saints because they haven't been scored upon by this squad yet this season. As you mentioned, 7 goals against on the season. But really, with the wind at their back, and there's that 2-0, margin right now. They call it the most dangerous lead in soccer for a reason, because it gives you that false sense of hope as the, team ahead, but gets cut in half with just 1 goal. So certainly that would be a big, big goal for Killingly if they can get one sometime in the near future to cut this lead in half.
I go back to the great movie, the Academy Award. Well, maybe it didn't win an Academy Award, but should have. Rocky IV. When he first cuts Drago, and in that moment when Drago's bleeding, Rocky's camp says, "See, he's not a machine, he's a man." And from there, the fighting spirit of Rocky Balboa takes over. And I think, to make that analogy here is Killingly just needs to demonstrate that, that ultimate success of getting one into the goal. I think it would be enormously beneficial psychologically for them to be just like, hey, we can score against this team. And then you might get, a couple of goals in the mix. So that's right. Right now, if I was at halftime, I don't know if Coach Ponciano was able to get a projector and a screen, but maybe on the phone. So a scene from Rocky IV would be all I would be showing.
I have visions of, St. Bernard Saints in the Mother Russia Red.
That's right.
In the gym with the technology while Killingly is in the barn punching bags of meat.
That's right. They're using the axe and hacking chopping wood, running up the sides of mountains in Siberia.
Yeah, no, certainly I think, there is a bit of a hill to climb here for Killingly. They need to get that monkey off the back, so to speak. They need to get a ball in the back of the net, not just for this championship game, but I think for their mentality and their psyche to try to find a way in an edge against a team they haven't had a chance to score upon this year. And yeah, I mean, St. Bernard's has a very solid defense and team play, but they've given up plenty of goals this year, and 13 on the season, so it's not unheard of. But it's a situation that Killingly has not been fortunate enough to accomplish yet this season.
I think, based on just my history of sports, right? This isn't an analysis of the game. The best thing that Killingly could do right now, instead of trying to work through for an A shot, would be to put as many balls toward the frame as possible. Because what they need really, they don't need the 4 people, 1 touch, cross, header, goal. They need a bad bounce. They need a ball like this in the air that takes a bad bounce onto the foot of somebody, a ball that hits the turf with the wind and the side spin and just goes to the wrong way to get that first goal. And then from there, it opens everything up. But I think sometimes you just got to give yourself opportunities, for luck. We saw last night Stonington hit 4 posts and crossbars. That's what I think Killingly needs to try to do right now. Just put as many balls up into the air, into the 18 as possible, and see what happens.
Well, to my point earlier, right, they need to take chances, and we don't need this to be the beautiful game for the second half here, right? We need this game to be a lot of direct brand of soccer, getting numbers forward, taking chances, put dangerous diagonal balls in the box, maybe a fortuitous bounce to their foot, like you mentioned, and finding the back of the net, because, they don't have the ability to play that, 1-touch, 2-touch possession-based soccer against a really stingy St. Bernard's defense. They need volume. They need shots. On average, as I mentioned yesterday, 10 to 15% of your shots go in the back of the net. So they need to get about, 10 to 20 here to get a couple goals in the back of the net to even tie this thing. So it's about volume, Casey. I think you're absolutely right. And,
the difference between 4-0 and 2-0, though it's a difference in number, it's the same result. I mean, it doesn't really matter. There's no difference in the outcome. So to risk losing 4-0 at the chance of a tie, right, is something you got to be willing to do. You have to commit to that. That's a mentality that's not easy sometimes. Sometimes you'd rather have death by 1,000 paper cuts than the one blow, and that's where Killingly has to accept right now that they're going to have to take chances, and they may give up more goals, but they're not going to score any goals until they take those chances.
Well, and credit to Killingly's style and defense this year. They've not been blown out by St. Bernard's. 2-0, 3-0. I wouldn't call those blowouts.
No, and that 3-0 could be very much like what we just talked about.
Right. So it's a lot of possession base that led to some goals, but once again, we're in the final game of a championship, so lose by 2, lose by 3, you're still going to lose here. You got to take some chances here and play maybe outside of your comfort zone to try to find, some goal-scoring opportunities.
Hardest thing in all of sports is to maintain composure when things get uncomfortable and embrace the idea of being uncomfortable if it leads to success. The question often gets asked, and you can pick your sport. I'll use, would you be, to use baseball, if you're a 275 hitter, would you be willing to hit 225 for a month if it meant you could become a 300 hitter? In golf, would you be willing to shoot 90 for a month if it meant you could eventually shoot 75? It's hard because the competitive part of you always wants to have the best competitive result possible. So the question here is, Killingly, are you willing to potentially lose 5-0 for the chance to be 2-2 here by the end of regulation? And it would mean being uncomfortable a lot. But that's where the fun in sports often emerges.
Well, and this is also a potential learning opportunity. This is not the end of their season. They're going to go on to the state tournament and potentially be in a situation where they might face someone similar to St. Bernard's that has their number and they have a hard time scoring again. So what can we do in this situation? It's almost like a practice opportunity that would maybe lend itself to some experience and some success, in the CIAC tournament. You can't mimic this in practice. And coaches, we try, believe me, but you can't mimic this competitive environment in practice. And this is an opportunity to see what we can do in this game to try to get some goals here and vie for a championship, but also put ourselves in position to be successful, in the 5 games ahead if we make it that far in the CIAC tournament.
Middle of the field, Killingly. Lopez to Powers. Outside it goes to Norbert. Norbert looking for Lopez. Lopez finds Powers. Powers in, tries to cross, and right instead gets a shot. But Supernaut was where he needed to be and for the save.
Yeah, and Powers had a choice there. Do I rip one low to the near post, look for deflection, or try to play across? And you saw the crashing Tompkins on the weak side there. Good decision by Powers to play that ball across. He just couldn't quite get it away from the keeper, who was in great position to make that save.
I think he was a foot in any direction away from that being what he was looking for. I think if there was lower, it becomes a better shot. If it's higher, it becomes a better cross. If it was outside, it becomes a deflection waiting to happen. It was just when he struck it, it went probably to the worst place that it could have gone, even though it was a good design.
Yeah, one thing you learn, Case, as a coach and as a player, for some reason, sometimes those goalkeepers are like magnets. They just tend to find the ball somehow.
It's funny, isn't it? Lackner tries to go low under the wall. Tompkins will lose it, no whistle. Lackner with a cross. Niles comes off. Corrals that one. Smart play there by James Niles.
And good no call by the officials there. That was inadvertent contact, wasn't a foul. Both went for the ball. You know, not every time a player hits the turf is it a foul. And I know sometimes, you know, fans want to see that, but also not every time someone stands up, it's not a foul. So good no call by the officials on that one. I thought that was a clean play.
I believe that one of the hardest officiating things in sports for soccer is, and for years, you know, soccer got the flopping, that term, you know.
Neymar.
Yeah, and it's really hard. And if you don't understand why you watch it on TV and you go, that looked obvious, you get down there and you see how fast and physical these guys are colliding with each other. For you to try to figure out which guy is legitimately going down, it's like in football they say that you could call a hold on every single play. In soccer, you could call something every time two players crash into each other, so that the best officials are the ones who kind of recognize advantage and let things play.
Yeah, it's a combination of, you know, did the contact create a competitive advantage for the player initiating the contact, or was there an arm up that created the person to fall or to get pushed off, you know, things of that nature. So that's part of it. And then once again, the always tricky call is, despite the foul, the team still has possession. How long do we let them play advantage until we either call it back or we just move on to the next play? So it definitely is an experience-based situation for officials, and a lot of times we don't see things in slow motion. We don't have that advantage of, you know, instant replay. So we have to judge based on the human eye, and sometimes we get it right and sometimes we don't, but there's not an official out here that's not trying their best to get the call right for these young players.
Saints will have a throw. Lopez will take it.
I tell you what, Case, I do appreciate being in the warm confines of this press box tonight compared to last night, because I stepped out during halftime. It is chilly, it is windy, and these players, credit to them to working so hard out here for 80 minutes. Some of these guys out there in no sleeves, so, you know, we've been pretty fortunate this fall with some pretty unseasonably warm weather. This might be one of the chilliest games this season so far in the 2025 fall soccer season.
Yeah, wind is no fun. Wind chill's bad. You can see the players, a lot of them out there with gloves, you know, and for those of you watching at home, a soccer ball becomes, I don't know how best to describe it, a bowling ball in terms of the you know, it's a rock. It's a flying, you know, rock. When it becomes cold out, that ball hardens right up. So these guys are not just cold, but the ball becomes, you get a little cramp action on the outside there for Tompkins. Try to get him off the pitch.
And it's harder to wrap your foot around the ball too. When it's warmer, you get more bend on the ball, you get more touch, more control with it. You know, as it gets colder, it's harder to control. And then of course, when you're heading the ball off of a long kick, you know, it's a lot more solid. So it's more crucial that you get your form down, because you hit that ball in the wrong part of your head, you can have a headache for a while.
I still talk about, I mean, there are moments in your sports life, and I don't proclaim myself to be a soccer, you know, I don't have the soccer stories that someone with your background does, but we had a game at Killingly, ironically, back in 1999, and I was playing midfield for New London High School. It was snowing, light snow, the kind that doesn't quite stick to the ground. It just kind of creates that frosty pitch, and kid for Killingly wound up to blast one from about 20-30 yards out, and I leapt to block. It caught me right in the thigh, and I couldn't. It wasn't a Charlie. I mean, it knocked my leg. My leg was numb for the better part of 3 minutes. I'm out there, kind of like hobbling around like a lame horse because I had it in my leg, and it left a giant soccer ball bruise on my thigh. I mean, I've never been hit like that before. It was like being hit. It was like being pelted. It was so hard.
It's like a, almost like a paintball to the leg, right? Leaves that indentation, but this just says Spalding.
Exactly. It was like it wasn't even, it went from a welt to giant bruise. And I must have looked really funny because I wasn't exactly Secretariat out there to begin with, but if they had a shotgun, they would have put me down right there on the field.
So by funny, more so than usual is what we're referring to?
100%,
okay,
yeah.
Okay. Just want to clarify for the audience.
With cause this time. Sarakowski loses it in the middle. Give some credit, by the way. Lucas Hernandez is a freshman out there playing midfield for the Saints. And, we talked about the veteran nature. That freshman getting really good minutes, and he's been very, very good. If you want to know which one he is, he's the smallest one out there. I mean, he's the little guy on this very big Saints team. Hernandez, the freshman, logging some excellent minutes.
Yeah, no, for sure. And then on the flip side, you've got number 11, Lemovitz, Bryce, for the Trailblazers, who definitely is playing above his age, similar to the Stonington freshman last night. So in general, we see a lot of just really tremendous athletes and things of that nature, at a young age playing in a big stage like tonight.
Cleared out. It'll be a throw on this side. Saints will have it.
Benoit, one of the hardest working players on the field, no matter who he's playing. I've seen him a number of times, as I mentioned earlier, and he's the field general back there. He's communicating. Just really up and down the field. Really strong player in the air as well. And just someone that I think Killenly is so fortunate to have back there, with his, soccer leadership and, his senior leadership.
Powers dropped it onto the 18. A little volley attempt on the one bounce from Luna, and it goes out of bounds. Goal kick.
Nice job by Killenly to avoid a lot of those throw-ins deep in their end. We've only seen maybe 3 or 4 of those Powers throw-ins so far this game, and I would say, he's probably averaging much more than that at this point in most games. So a credit to Killenly of being, a bit, calculated about when that ball goes out whenever they can, avoiding those big Powers throw-ins, because once again, those serve as restarts. Those serve as corner kicks from anywhere in that back end.
The Saints starting to probe a little more this half with a 2-0 lead, looking for a little bit more. Norbert into the middle. McWilliams, and a nice play as Killenly and Hall steps in, knocks it out of bounds.
So, Case, we're just under halfway of this second half here. Haven't seen much of a change in Killenly's style or shape. They're still kind of running that 4-3-3, which is expected, right? But would be nice to see some more numbers forward and playing a bit more direct, just getting the ball, into their attacking half at times. I think in the first 5 minutes we saw that, but in the last probably 10, not as much. St. Bernard's has not changed their shape as much. I have seen Powers drop in a bit more than he did in the first half, which I think is more of a defensive mindset that they're going to need. But in general, not a big change on either side of the ball so far. I expect to see some change, over the next 10 minutes as the score remains at 2 apiece, if not sooner.
Killenly, Lemovitz, the aforementioned freshman. Also Sarakowski, another freshman, seeing a lot of time up on the front line for Killenly. So they're dual freshmen getting some run, and they're going to need them here if they're going to generate some kind of offensive presence in the last 23 minutes of the game.
This ball needs to be in the box. It needs to be on a bent angle on a diagonal. It needs to be on the foot or the head of a Killenly player. So yeah, that's a missed hit there. That's got to be more airborne, even more underneath that one to create some opportunities. This can't be a ground game. They've got the win at their back, Case. They've got to get the ball in dangerous spots.
Yeah, that ball needs to go up in the air, create those opportunities we talked about, those chances at a bad bounce, that deflection, a ball off of a body part. That's always how that first goal happens.
And if they can get one, Case, soon, that's going to really put some wind in their sails, both figuratively and realistically with this wind here. But they need to take more chances. It can't be this beautiful, perfect game right now. Trial by volume.
taking a look back last night, or at yesterday's girls' finals, looking at the highlights, I was blown away at exactly how many times the ball was a foot away from the outcome being different. You know, all of these plays, whether it was a goal just missed, and we saw Stonington hit crossbars and posts, and just Wozencroft just sailing wide. And if you watch the replay, you're like, on each one of these balls that they were dropping into the 18 or the crosses, they're almost on a foot because the ball's bouncing and people are swinging their legs at it. And then for the Bacon Academy, their one goal was a perfectly placed ball from Mia Hegeman. She put it on the foot of Alyssa Blanchett, who scored the goal. All the other highlights are these like inches away from a different result. So that's really soccer. You know, you got to get some volume so that you can take advantage of, because the ball's going to bounce the wrong way for you a lot.
Yeah. No, and it's not always the best team. It's the best team on that day. And despite the possession that Stonington showed yesterday, the better team on that day was Bacon because they put more balls in the back of the net than Stonington did. But yeah, if I were to show you the highlight reel of that game and not tell you the score, you're probably thinking it's maybe a 3-1 win for Stonington. So, you know, it's one of those games, and a credit to Bacon. I mean, they really did. They put on a defensive showdown in that last 20, 30 minutes there, which you and I were surprised by, but a credit to them for bending but not breaking.
All right, Lackner, corner kick. Here's a good chance. This one's got to go up in the air. This one will curl out with the wind, low ball, and I just don't think you can penetrate St. Bernard's with the ball that low. I think you got to pop one like that. That's the kind of ball you need. There's the head. Much better opportunity that time for Killenly. Keep putting those balls in the air.
Yeah, a driven ball is not going to work in this wind. A driven ball is not going to work against the height that St. Bernard's brings. You need to have a ball that has some height to it and a more looping approach, so when it does get headed, it kind of stays in the same area. When it's driven, it's going to be headed away. You need a ball that stays in the box after it's served. And ideally, can we win the first ball? Can we win the second ball?
Nice play again by Hall for Killingley, saving that back line.
You know, but even right there, Case, you know, one thing I would also add to adjustments that I think Killingley needs to make is they need to do more switching of the field. And when they do that, they need to have that weak side player over here. Every switch that I've seen so far from them over the last probably 10 minutes, there's been nobody there. So you got to have someone holding that weak side, which will do two things. One, a receiving man to receive that ball, but two, it'll create holes in their back line because they ultimately need to be stretched to mark that man on the weak side. But when they're pushing so narrow as 14 is right now, right, it allows this whole area to be unmarked because no one need to be there. So more switching the field and spreading out the attack.
Tremblay, good feet skills, but even better defensive play out there by the Saints.
I heard the Killenly coach say it last game, you know, to number 10, Tremblay, you know, who's so skilled and quick. You don't have to take 10 touches. You don't have to beat 4 players. Receive it, play it, make a bent run, and receive it back. You don't have to do the whole kit and caboodle here. And the coach is absolutely right. For as talented as he is, trust the players around you, take your touches, right? Make your run, receive it back, and then build from there.
My college friend, I love this. My college friend, soccer player, used to say that his high school coach, he's from Minnesota, his high school coach used to call it being a good listener. He said, you know, in life, everybody knows how to talk, but can you be a good listener? And what that means is not simply listening, it's also hearing what the person's trying to say to you, absorbing it. He says, as a soccer player, all the skills, you can have all the skills in the world, but do you know how to receive and put yourself in a spot to listen to your teammates? And I always thought that was a really interesting, great hustle back by Benoit, who's been working so hard. That reminds me of what you just said about Tremblay, like all those touches in the world, but do you know how to give it off to a teammate and then be a good listener? How do you listen to the ebb and flows of your teammates? You can get it back in a different way. I always thought that was an interesting way of framing it. I hadn't heard that before, but can you be a good listener?
No, I think it's so true in so many walks of life, right? And I think also by, you know, listening to the coach in that situation,
great chance. That would have been a sensational goal. Luna on the volley, Lopez, and it just sailed high.
Yeah, you know what? And he knows, right? Christian Lopez knows that he just missed a highlight reel goal right there, all alone. And sometimes those are the hardest ones to put away, right? The ones where you're all alone, you know, no one's around, only creates more pressure. And he knows you just missed that volley because that would have been a dagger in this game here, going up 3-0, you know, with less than 20 minutes left in the second half.
Volleys are, I think, one of the most difficult parts in soccer. I think we've seen, there's Lopez battling for it. I think we've seen kids doing really great at the one touch. I think we've seen them, one touch, let it fly, even the half volleys. But volleys like that in the air, like a tennis player at the net, getting yourself angled and letting the ball hit you at an angle to, with enough force, right, so that the ball is in a threatening position. I think that's very hard. Luna, once again, showing tremendous poise. McWilliams, shot. A save made by Supernaut.
Nick Williams with a great scissor move left and right, putting the defender on ice skates there, gets to his left foot and nearly buries that ball for a goal. Great technical ability and wherewithal to know when to pass and when to shoot. Nice job by McWilliams, just missed a goal scoring opportunity. You know, to your point earlier, Case, volleys are hard. One of the more difficult things I've seen at the high school level is that rolling ball, like backyard kickball, right? The rolling ball to you, you're 20, 30 yards out. You want to lace this thing in the back of the net. Next thing you know, we're splitting the uprights for 3. So that's another difficult one too, because once again, eyes are on you. It's a rolling ball. It's kickball, right? And then next thing you know, you're kicking it across, the cow pasture across the field. So in that situation, I think it's a tough one too, because there's so much backspin on the ball.
Sure.
You're trying to get over it, and next thing you know, physics takes over, and sayonara.
Well, I think it's understanding physics, that if you tried to, the best way to keep that ball low is you have to come down and meet that ball and so that you sit into your foot so that it stays low to the ground. You see them kids running on, similar to kickball. They're upright, so the angle is going to keep it upright and the ball is going to sail. You have to come down leaning forward and almost watch that ball off the foot to keep it at that low trajectory, and it's hard to do when you're running full speed at a ball, to try to change your, what you have to kind of create the angle. It's geometry.
Who would know that on game day we'd be talking about physics and geometry on a Tuesday here? We're just really enlightening our fans today.
Yeah, usually it's Physics Thursdays here on game day, but we're going to move it up on Tuesday.
And to your point, though, I think what people don't understand too is also where your plant foot is. So if your ball is in X location, if your plant foot is behind that ball, the ball is going to sail. Your plant foot needs to be directly next to that ball to keep your body over it, your laces on it, so it stays down. And we do a lot of work with that with players over the years as a coach, working on if you're an attacking player, where your plant foot is, versus a defending player for a clear, where your plant foot is. And it's repetition. It's like baseball trying to, hit a line drive versus a home run. It's your swing plane, right? So same thing in soccer. It's your plant foot.
Well, here's the best way. This is ironic, but in baseball, home runs are generally mistakes. What I mean by that is the ideal swing plane generates a line drive in the gap.
Right.
A home run is actually a swing plane that's just a notch or two off, but the power generates the upward and it goes out of the park.
And some of that backspin we talked about with a soccer ball.
That's
yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Same idea. Balls that are kicked over the goal, those are mistakes. The line drive was the intent. It's easy to miss it up like that. Except in baseball, you get rewarded for it.
Right, and chicks love the long ball, so.
I've been told that all of America stayed up all 18 innings last night to watch Freddie Freeman with the walk-off.
Sandy Koufax, 89 years old, sat in the stands the entire game and watched the game. That's pretty impressive for 89-year-old.
That's impressive for anybody.
Sandy Koufax.
Luna just keeps it on his foot, waiting for an opportunity, has it, now pivots back to his left. I would suggest maybe a little bit too unselfish there for Marcelo.
I do like how Killingly's keeping some men stretched, which does two things. It keeps the defense honest for St. Bernard's and doesn't allow those players to get forward. But at the same time, I don't love how they're not shrinking the field faster on the counterattack. These back four for Killing needs to play a higher line. One, because it'll create a smaller space to work with on the attacking end, but two, it'll create less space for St. Bernard's to attack on their counterattack. So right now, if I'm a Killing player, any ball that goes forward, I'm stepping forward that 10, 15 yards that the ball travels in the positive direction. I need to travel in that same direction.
Through ball for Powers, and a really great job again by Benoit. He has played outstanding defense.
He's a workhorse case. I mean, he like I said, he is kind of the heart and soul of this back line. The team feeds off his enthusiasm, calming influence, but also someone that really just leads with his work rate.
So we're going to go back to some soccer 101, because the question I'm going to pose is for the average fan out there who doesn't necessarily know. I've heard you name soccer positions by number, in addition to naming them by position. As a soccer player of the 80s and 90s, the positions that I heard were forward, wing, midfield, back, and we had stoppers and sweepers. Now I don't hear the terminology quite the same, but I've also heard you to refer to positions by number. Walk the folks at home through what numbers mean, and also when we hear things, when we don't hear the term stopper and sweeper, and why like we used to.
Yeah, so I think it's become more of a generational thing. When I grew up, we didn't talk about, numbers like we talk about nowadays. But, at the club level especially, and even growing into the youth game, you're seeing more and more about numbers. I pulled up a graphic here for, your viewing pleasure here, but essentially in a standard 4-4-2, your lower numbers, right, your 1 is your goalkeeper, your 2, 3, 4, 5 are going to be your backs, with your 4 and your 5 is kind of your center backs, and then your 8, 9, 10, 11 typically are your midfielders. Your 6, 8, 10, 11 your midfielders, and your 9, your 7 are up top. And that's a center 4-4-2. So when I mentioned yesterday with like the 10, your 10 is like your bread and butter, your central midfielder that kind of controls the offense here, right? So, Mia Hageman last night would be probably an 8 or a 10, from that standpoint. And your 9 would be your target forward. So your 9 would be like the Powers for St. Bernard's, a big, strong target forward. So it's become more of a generational thing. It's been very common, obviously, in European soccer for years. But I think it's much like baseball, right? We talk about shortstops. We don't talk about the 6 position, except when we talk about like a 6-4-3 double play.
Right.
So that's more American-based. But yeah, the numbers is more of a common thing in European soccer, and it's kind of blended into the U.S. game.
But in basketball, we talk about a two guard, right? The point guard's your 1. The 2 guard, you hear people playing the stretch 4, or the 3 is the wing. So all sports have numbers attached to them. In baseball, right, we only say it when we say 6-4-3 when you look to score, but you don't call the shortstop the 6.
Right.
But it's all positional based as a way of identifying a position. And so it makes a lot more sense if you look at it, have a diagram of the numbers in soccer to understand where players might be playing. And I think that's really helpful for folks at home to understand that really you're just looking at the map of where a formation in soccer and kind of matching up. So the left wing, which is something that would have been a term used back when I played. That's your midfielder, was your left mid, right? Or your left wing was the forward in that 3-man front that played on the left side. You're just substituting in a number for those players.
Right, so your 11 would be like your left forward, in a 4-3-3. Your 7 would be your right forward in a 4-3-3. And then once again, that number 9 is your target forward, and that would be like the Powers. And then your triangle midfield, your 3 is going to be like your 8 and your 10, more of the attacking base, and your 6 would be the holding base. So the 6/8 would be like Mia Hageman last night, right? And then your back end, once again, you're talking about your 2, 3, 4, and 5. Your 4 and your 5 is your center backs. And once again, probably your 4 or 5 would be 15 over here, Benoit for Killenly, and of course your 1's a keeper. So very similar concept with basketball and baseball, but not as common in our country until probably, I'd say, over the last probably 10, 15 years.
2-0 here, St. Bernard's. We're under 9 minutes, 8.5 actually remaining in the ball game. Killenly has been unable to decipher the code that is St. Bernard's defense. They lost 3-0 and 2-0 in the regular season. They're down 2-0 here. And no real they've moved the ball well. They've had some looks, but no real scoring threats here in the second half, despite being down 2-0. And the Saints have kind of just buttoned it up a little bit.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the Saints came marching. They put 2 in the back of the net, and the Trailblazers can't seem to find the map to find that trail to success here. And it's just, I'm not trying to be coy or cliche here, but it's proof that I think the Saints have had Kilney's number all season long. No goals against, now 7-4. It's a tough puzzle to crack. I was hoping to see a bit of a change on the part of Kilney in the second half in terms of maybe an adjustment or maybe trying something different. We're seeing 15 making a run now at the center back position. That would be a change. We know he's a strong player in the ball. Why not? Throw him forward. So, I don't know if 7 minutes is enough time to get 2 done against a stingy defense or try something new. But certainly they have to try something if they want to get something out of this game.
Well, they have Hall, another defensive player, up in the mix as well. So they've got everybody they can, 9 up. The only guys back right now for Killingly are Isaiah Benoit and Blanchard, and there it is. That's all it took. They got into the scoring column finally, breaking through. Killingly cuts it to 2-1. A lot of time left. They're sprinting back. So Benoit ends up with the goal. And it's 7 minutes left. There's the punch that Rocky threw. Right there's the punch that said they're not robots. These guys can be beaten. Can Killingly keep the pressure on?
And we talked about it, once again, maybe a little prolific. They've got to score here if they want a chance. And here we go. 15 gets down the field, big throw in, gets it back on a deflection from Saints, knocks it back across the box, and then Killingly finishes it with 7 minutes to go here in the second half, cuts the lead in half, and now we'll see if the win is truly at their back here, if they can try to put another one in here to equalize this game at 2 apiece.
And we talked about all the things we talked about all came true on that goal. A, they needed to make a change, do something different. They did. They brought their defensive players up. 2, we talked about volume, just getting balls and letting the bad bounce. They got the deflection off the Saint player. Everything that needed to happen, and then it was put it in the net when given the chance. They did all 3, and 2-1. When does 2-1 feel almost like you're tied? Well, when you haven't scored against the team all year long.
Yeah, and once again, that was a big looping ball into the box. Not too driven, so give chances to our players to keep that ball up, and then once again drops down, and we bury the ball to the far post, past a diving, Niles in goal for the Saints.
5:50 and counting. A lot of soccer left.
Killingly goal in the 92nd minute. Ezekiel Benoit with the assist.
Out wide now, Hall tries to chip it in.
Christian Tremblay with the goal.
So they're giving the goal to Tremblay,
Okay.
with the assist to Benoit, which makes perfect sense with the legs churning off the deflection.
They need to get the ball back here because they're deep in their attacking end on a St. Bernard's throw in here and get the ball into a dangerous spot. I would keep 3 a bit wider so they have that weak side, because right now there's nobody on this side of the field whatsoever, and with the wind that ball is going to sail.
Hall tried to spin and try to get a shot off, but awkward position. Here comes Benoit to take the throw. It's similar position to where they were when they scored the goal. There's the dangerous ball. Tremblay had a chance. Taken away by the Saints and clear.
And you saw every Saint player back behind the ball. Their Powers back in the center position. You're going to see a lot of that transition back for all the Saints. Not the traditional 4-3-3 that we've seen, but more the defensive end. It's going to be more like a 4-5-1.
And all award winners, please make your way over behind the team benches. Thank you.
So the monkey off the back of the Killenly Trailblazers here as they scored that goal, but can they find an equalizer over this last 4 minutes, Case? What are your thoughts?
They absolutely can. I think they found something. The question is, do they have the time and will they have the luck? I'm going to tell you that before this thing's over, they will have another bad bounce or another chance at something near the goal. The question is just whether the bounce will go their way and whether they can capitalize on it. But I do think you'll get them with another ball in the 18 area, bouncing, deflecting. It could be off of a throw like it is here from Benoit. We'll see.
You know, and a weapon like Benoit with his long throw, I'm surprised that Killenly hasn't tried that more often. I know he's your center back and it's a long trek up and down the field, but
we saw it all the time. Years ago, we saw it with Ledyard, we saw it with East Lyme, Stonington. We've seen it many times. The long throws.
Use it, right? I mean, I don't care where the player plays. You know, I think back to like my daughter at East Lyme. She's an outside back, center back, and she'll tend to take a lot of the corner kicks. Yeah, it's a trek up and down the field, but you put the best person in position to be successful, and 15 has a heck of a throw.
They can run all day anyway. There's a dangerous one. Head ball out by the Saints. In front, Saints clear, and there it is. There's right there.
Yep.
That's right through 3 different Killenly players, any one of whom could have put that on frame.
Yeah, if that ball falls to the foot of a Killenly Trailblazer right there, it's an easy opportunity for a ball in the frame. The Saints are lucky because that was on the ground and inside the box. I'm going to see a lot of that right now, burying the ball in the attacking end. Players retreat, play a lot of defense here.
This is where Killenly needs to go vertical. They just need to go as over the top as they can and just send things in. Send things in from the back line and midfield. Just send them in. Drop them into the 18, run on, see what happens.
Yeah, put 4 guys in the back line, bring your center midfield player to join your 3 forwards, dump balls into that area, staying on sides, and if the ball pops out, your secondary midfielder players are there to collect it and maybe put a ball in the frame again, but they've got to continue to pound this area with very direct soccer.
Down under 2 minutes, 1:40 and counting. We're going to get a St. Bernard's throw, and you know they're going to take their time.
Yeah, and the officials reserve the right to, stop the clock under 2 minutes in these situations. So center official Tim Bavera stopped the clock at 1:39 and restarted it after the sub. See a lot of, time wasting late in games sometimes. The official was smart and wise to stop the clock at that time.
Trying to play it down the sideline, running on hard is Lemovitz. And we'll get a throw. They're going to give it immediately up to Benoit because he's got the long throw. There it is. Headed out from the Saints. Benoit hustles to keep it in. Still keeps it in. And out of bounds off of Benoit, and the Saints will take their time.
Just under a minute now, Casey. It's really, the witching hour. Keep the ball in this half because they're going to look to launch this ball as far as they can. Powers comes back in because he's going to launch the ball himself. Clock stoppage again for the sub.
Powers with a that's a weaponized throw right there.
It's about a 25, 30-yard throw, Casey. It's incredible.
Into the wind. And a nice job cleared out from the Saints. 35 seconds and counting. Can Killenly mount one last attack? They can't afford to lose balls out of bounds like that, though, because clock's going to run and St. Bernard's is going to milk it. Powers again. Long throw. And that's just about going to do it, because where they are on the field, I don't think Killenly's going to have a chance. Powers will throw it. 5 seconds remaining. Powers will just send it out.
Stop the clock here.
Stop the clock with 2.
Yeah, we had a foul on the play on the far side, not playing the ball. Timoveris is going to have a talking to. Looks like he might draw a card. There's the yellow card caution. He'll have to leave the field. Tensions rising. Competitive nature takes the best of us sometimes.
2 seconds left to a St. Bernard Division II Boys Soccer Championship. Powers will throw it in. Of course, we're going to have Division I, East Lyme, Ledyard. Tip-off time or kickoff time is set for between 6 and 6:30, depending on when they officially announce it. And that'll do it. The St. Bernard Saints are your Division II ECC soccer champions with a 2-1 victory over the Killingly Trailblazers. You'll want to go to Game Day CT to see the interview with the Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game day, as well as the interview with head coach Frankie Lee. Game 2 between East Lyme and Ledyard due to tip off at 6 o'clock. You're going to come back and take a look at that. Colin, give us the 15-second recap of this one before we come back for the after the evening one.
Yeah, going into this one, Case, we knew it was going to be a close game despite the 2-0, 3-0 between these guys earlier. Credit the Saints to accomplishing that trifecta of knocking off Killingly 3 times this season, and congratulations to the boys on a well-fought victory.
We'll be back with Game 2 in about 40 minutes. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
The following is a presentation of The Day.
Championship week in the ECC rolls on with the ECC Division I Boys Soccer Final. Live on a beautiful night at Ledyard High School, it's the number 1 seed and undefeated East Lyme Vikings and the number 2 seeded Ledyard Colonels. All the action live for you on game day. Game day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. General Dynamics Electric Boat is proud to be a part of our community, and we're hiring. Join a team that values teamwork, craftsmanship, and purpose while helping build submarines that protect our nation. Explore careers at ebcareers.com or learn more about shipbuilding opportunities across the country at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, where careers are built together. Casey O'Neill along with Colin Delaney. Congratulations again to Frankie Lee and the St. Bernard Saints as the Division II boys soccer champions on the heels of Killingly and Bacon Academy in last night's girls finals. Here tonight, perhaps the most dominant team, Bacon Academy girls notwithstanding. This East Lyme team undefeated and has given up a total of 2 goals on the entire season, Colin.
This is what we're hoping for, but maybe not what Ledyard's hoping for. This is the battle of the 2 top seeds in this Division I ECC final. East Lyme is clearly the best of our ECC boys this year, has kind of taken it to all of their opponents. As you mentioned, only a handful of goals against this season and 52 goals for. So should be a tall task for Ledyard. Ledyard played East Lyme about just 2 short weeks ago on the 15th of October and lost 4-0 in that game. So I think we'll see a change from Coach Galeni in this game here. He's definitely a tactician by trade, certainly a vested and experienced coach, but also going against one of the best coaches we've seen, not only in the ECC, but across the state.
Of course, the great Wally Christensen at East Lyme. Not often do we see a 30-plus goal scorer in the ECC. We've got the benefit this year of a couple of great goal scorers. Of course, Sal Alessio over at Stonington and Ben Crow here at Ledyard. And Crow, with over 30 goals on the year, is the premier guy for Ledyard. But neither of them, perhaps, can rank themselves as the best player in the ECC, because you got to add to the conversation Max Montejano of East Lyme. And Montejano, an all-New England player, really could be a candidate for All-American. He's that good, and he leads this Viking team in just about all of their metrics.
Yeah, and certainly, it's not his stats that speak for him. It's his leadership on the field, his incredible technical ability.
Biggs with a long throw, puts it on frame but headed out, and Ledyard will try to clear.
Yeah, like I said, he's not going to light up your stat sheet, Montejano. He's someone that plays in the middle of the field, only, 7 goals and 4 assists, but he is the playmaker. He is the director. He is the heartbeat of this team. And for really the last 2 seasons, many coaches widely consider him, the best player in this conference. Stats get a lot of recognition. Stats get a lot of play in the newspapers and things like that. But, Max certainly is someone to look out for in this game.
Right on cue, attempt at chipping it back in, but it goes wide, so it'll be a goal kick. The keepers in today, the veteran senior Oliver Lopez for East Lyme and the young sophomore Alexander DeBroat. So, tale of 2 goaltenders here. DeBroat, I give him credit though, that is a sharp outfit he's wearing right there. Love it. And he's going to keep it low on the ground. The wind has actually picked up even more since our first game, but it is now a little more directional, going right to left.
Yeah, at the backs of the number 1 seed East Lyme Vikings, which should aid in their attack in this first half, much like it aided in the attack of the St. Bernard Saints in the previous game. Certainly something to look out for, keep the Ledyard Colonels on their heel. Speaking with Coach Galeni prior to the game today, he mentioned that he typically plays a 4-3-3. Tonight he's going to start with a 4-5-1. He knows what East Lyme brings to the table. He knows he has to play a little more defensive, which, in his words, he hates that. He's more of an offensive guy, but he recognizes that, where his team's strength lie. And he needs to stay competitive in this game and give, the likes of his back 4 and his goalkeeper in DeBroat, a chance to have some opportunities going forward and to stay competitive in this game.
Beautiful ball into space. Vikings cannot get there in time, though. Ledyard has had some prominent goal scorers and some incredible performance. All-American, Nick Washington, Peyton Luther. There have been so many good players here. Now you got Ben Crow. So goal scorers, Coach Glennie has always had a prolific offense. But that offense has been stifled in championships by the likes of this East Lyme team, going a little more defensive early. But the Vikings here with a chance corner. Far post, ball in the air, headed out, and a whiff there by Ledyard. And that's the kind of thing you can't have. You're going to have to clear against this Viking team. You can't give them too many opportunities.
Now, the Vikings don't have too many holes. I mean, they really have a lot of technical players with super high soccer IQs. Little one touch there from Montejano. So, in general, and actually wasn't Montejano, I apologize. But in general, they have a lot of players that, really work well with the ball, see the field well, playing in a 4-5-1 shape right now, kind of defensively, without kind of morph into a 4-3-3 as they go forward. But you can't make too many mistakes against this East Lyme team. They will take advantage of the mistakes quickly. The ball has not left their attacking half since the kickoff.
Another guy to keep your eye on in the back there is Caleb Trost. He is an automatic weapon from the back line for East Lyme. The very strong-footed young man can put balls from deep in their own end back into play. They transition very quickly out of the back line to the Vikings.
Yeah, Trost, big, strong player, loves physical soccer. He can hit a bomb, quote, unquote, from Coach Christensen. He's hit a few missiles this season for goals. He's a big, strong player, loves that physical brain of soccer. Someone who's built for the college-level game probably already in his young age.
Vikings, of course, no strangers to winning. This group did win a state championship, so they are familiar with how to take the ultimate goal, and they have been fixtures in the ECC championship.
Yeah, Casey, they're playing for their fourth consecutive ECC tournament title. 2022 beating Stonington, 2023 beating NFA, 2024 beating Woodstock and penalty kicks. So, certainly they are a constant when it comes to this ECC title game. And then, of course, some deep runs, including a state championship recently in the CIC state tournament.
And if they did pull it off, not only would it be 4 straight for this group of seniors, it would be 4 straight over 4 different teams. Ball off of 4 different heads. Dunn was trying to run on, but whistle. I mean, I love that soccer right there. You don't often see that, but, I think the creativity, the fundamental creativity that you're going to see out of East Lyme today is elevated soccer. You're going to see them pass the ball to each other in ways that you don't normally see. You're going to see runs and formations that you don't normally see, and it's going to be really elegant soccer to watch. I love it because when the ball doesn't touch a player for more than a second and it goes boom, boom, boom and moves around, it's a beautiful thing. It's poetry.
That's why they call it the beautiful game, Case, for sure. And I think to your point, looking back at the East Lyme team that won that state championship in 2023, much different team than this team here. That team was a team that, Wally mentioned, had to do a lot of more psychology sometimes than did coaching. A lot of big personalities and things, and he's able to manage that brilliantly. And this team is a little bit different from a standpoint of just more methodical and a lot more chemistry across the pitch. So, it's a lot of fun to watch. Praise Wally for his efforts. A guy with, over 400 wins in his career. Certainly fun to watch him and his boys over the last few years. And then once again, Coach Glennie, not a young man in his own right, has been doing this 20 plus years, and certainly will have his boys prepared for this match, the second match of the season against East Lyme in this championship game.
Look at the freshman, or sophomore I should say, Hofer. Unbelievable ball on foot skills. That was elite right there, and he was able to get a little bit of a threat.
Yeah, Carter's coming on to the season. He's got 15 goals and 8 assists. They're leading goal scorer for East Lyme. They don't have any big-time, 30-plus goal scorers, but they certainly move the ball around and share it well. They've got a lot of goal scorers in the double digits in 7 and 8 and 9 range, and Carter is a big, strong sophomore. Returning to East Lyme after not playing last year. He played in the MLS Next program and joined East Lyme after, not being a part of the squad as a freshman, and certainly been a welcome addition to the squad and has fit in beautifully.
I mean, talk about a luxury, right? Nice ball running on and not quite being able to get there. They put it out for Hofer, but he was not able to get there.
Tegan Dunn, one of their center backs. We're going to talk a little bit about this today. this back line, has gotten a lot of press as a team for their shutouts. Once again, they're a team that has had, a significant amount of shutouts.
They've given up 2 goals, one to Bacon Academy in a 4-1 win, and one to Morgan in a 1-1 tie.
And this back line is a big part of that. Ali Lopez is a keeper, has recorded 15 shutouts, the most in school history, and that's a credit to him, but also his back line. Interesting enough, this back line is affectionately known as the Great Wall of Salem. As you know, Salem sends their students to East Lyme for high school, and the back line has some Salem ties. And so throughout the season, they have been nicknamed the Great Wall of Salem for their defensive prowess, and it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, you have to be really good to be able to come up with a nickname like that and have it ring true, and they absolutely have been a staunch defense. And if you watch how they play defensively, they will not just boot the ball down the field. They will not just create over the top. They are going to transition precision out of the back. They are calm. They will settle the ball. They will talk to each other. And it makes it so they're much more dangerous because they're when they clear out of their defensive end, they are doing so with purpose, and they are doing so in an effort to transition and create offense and chances for their very talented group of forwards as well.
I mean, we talked about 2-touch soccer, 3-touch soccer with, the Saints last game. You're going to see a lot of 1-touch soccer amongst these guys. They play a lot of triangle in the offense, a lot of movement off the ball. And you saw some great combination play a second ago between your outside mids and your center back and outside back. And then you'll definitely see the outside backs get forward. It's almost like wing backs, getting forward in part of the attack. I believe 3 out of their 4 starting backs all have at least 3 or 4 goals on the season, which is not common, for defensive players to have stats like that. Typically, it's a lot of shutouts, but not a lot of goals and assists. So it's a testament to how well they move the ball together and how well they play together as a team.
A lot of defensive players don't get 5 shots in a season, let alone 3 or 4 goals. Good hustle from East Lyme's Austin Greeno. That forced a bit of it's not really a turnover, but it forced Carson Luther to just turn and bang it out of bounds. So East Lyme will get a throw, and they'll send Garrison Biggs. And Biggs, much like we saw earlier with Desmond Powers, Biggs who is an outstanding young baseball player, will throw and be utilized almost like a corner kick here.
Really strong kid. I've seen this kid throw the weights around in the gym, and much like his father with that lifting background, does a great job of just getting that ball in the mix every time. Big, strong throw like we saw out of Desmond Powers last game, which becomes that big threat, set-piece corner kick kind of mentality.
Beautiful ball to the far post by Tegan Dunn. No one was able to run onto it, but you can see it's just sort of like patient and repetitive, and it's just the ball is being placed in where it's supposed to be, and eventually it's going to land on the foot of somebody, and that's where those goals happen.
Yeah, it just, it's relentless, and the volume that they put is such high quality volume. We talked about volume last game, killing. They put some more direct balls, and their volume is just quality volume. They play balls on the ground, they mix it in the air, they just throw men at you left and right. So for them, it's just high quality volume, and as a team, you do a great job of defending it as much as you can, but eventually one finds the back of the net.
Yeah, and you talked about maybe 10% of the shots go into goal. For them, it might be 15% because of the quality. Yeah, and that's
sure.
And that means more volume for them results in more goals.
And talking to Coach Glennie too, prior to the game, he said, Alex DeBrat is in goal, just a sophomore, but does a great job, good with his feet. And he said he's going to need to make a few saves tonight for, Ledyard to stay in this game, and he's right. They're putting a lot of pressure on, and he's going to get that uniform a little dirty tonight that you love so much.
I do. It's very sharp. It will not get dirty on the turf, though. It might get a pellet on there or something, but that's about all.
Pink, Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
That's
I do
correct.
like it.
Right back in again.
And then James Tweed and Tyler Salivar, they're going to be in defensive center role mids tonight. They're playing that 4-5-1 or kind of that 4-2-3-1. So you have 2 defensive center midfield players with 1 attacking center mid, kind of that triangle. And then the outside forwards, that 7-11 we talked about last game. The 7-11 is going to drop in and kind of become defensive, like wingers essentially. for Ledyard, and then on the attack, it'll kind of morph if they do get the ball into the attack on a consistent basis into that 4-3-3 again. That 7-11 we talked about, the numbers base, right? They're going to move forward and join their number 9 center forward and make that happen, because they need those numbers forward if they want to score a goal. But Coach Glenny does feel, though, their best chance of winning is to play a more defensive shape to start this game.
Back through the defensive side, playing it through Dunn. Into the midfield now, Biggs. And he'll play a little one-on-one with Haney. They'll do a little triangle action here from the Vikings. And look at this. I mean, the spacing is just so pinpoint.
I urge our viewers, with a team like East Lyme, and East Lyme's had some good teams over the years past, but this is one of the better teams from a possession and just composure standpoint, right? Everyone knows what they need to do. Watch the guys off the ball. I know it's hard to, you want to watch the ball, but if you watch the guys move off the ball defensively and attacking-wise, they're always moving into shape when they've lost possession. How fast can we get it back? And then always moving into areas of support when they have the ball. It's kind of a beautiful thing to watch. You kind of see the ebb and the flow, the ins and the outs. We're pretty fortunate, to see this kind of play this year in the ECC out of this quality East Lyme team. I haven't seen too many teams with this kind of record, this kind of, defensive presence in some years.
If you put the 10 guys out there and you attach them with string at a certain distance, and then you forced them to move, they have to all move as one. Nobody can get too far afield or the string breaks. And I look at that at East Lyme at all times. Everybody is moving to make sure they're adjusting to where everyone else is moving. It's follow the follower, and it's very, very important part of soccer. That's why their spacing is never out of whack.
But even the defensive header right there from Tegan Dunn, most defenders are going to head that ball up and away. He saw his outside back, he heads it down to his feet. So it's just a presence of mind and just a soccer IQ that's impressive. And these guys have been playing together a long, long time. A lot of these guys play, throughout the year in club soccer, and certainly it shows this year. I mean, looking at East Lyme's record, the last 3 years, they're 53-2-4.
53-2-4. So in the last 3 years, Coach Christensen's gotten 50 of those wins.
Correct. Not too shabby.
It's a pretty good group.
And you wonder why his win totals have gone through the roof. I feel like it was just yesterday they had 400 wins.
Yeah. And
now he's upwards of probably 430 or so, 440. I know it's exactly off the top of my head, but certainly it's up there. I mean, he's a guy with, who knows how long he's going to continue to coach, because he's done it forever. But he's a guy that will probably approach near 500, which is
that's insane, by the way. In soccer, that's a number that is just really hard to meet, because a 15-win soccer season is an exceptionally good year. And you'd have to do that 30 times to approach 500 wins.
You had 16 regular season games, right? And you're not guaranteed a postseason. So if you want to get those extra bonus wins, you've got to make the postseason. ECC tournaments, state tournaments, and then you need to advance. You can't just be one and done. So, Wally has done that for a long, long time. And I use the word Wally. Wally is his nickname. Paul Christensen, affectionately known as Wally. As his days as a goalkeeper, he was known as the Wall, and now he's known as Wally. So I think it's kind of cool that we have the Great Wall of Salem, coached by Wally,
and the Great Wall of East Lyme.
Yeah, the Great Wally. And then going back to Ledyard, aside from the goalkeeper making some saves and Alex DeBrot, you're going to need something out of Ben Crow today. I mean, he's got 33 goals. The next highest goal scorer is 6. So he has really shouldered a heavy load this year with 33 goals and 8 assists because of his talent. He's going to need to try to find a way to get on the board today, or be enough of a distraction to get others involved as he gets man-marked.
See that right there? That's elevated soccer right there. If you wonder why, the presence of mind to be able to go back, to go forward.
It's really good. I mean, that ball came from the 15-yard line.
And a goal! Caleb Trost! You said he was a big, strong kid who would rip it from anywhere. He took that one off the ground, and from 30 yards out, bangs it by DeBrot, and it is 1-0 Vikings.
And you see it on his face. Calm, collected, even keel. He's happy he scored, but he knows there's more work to be done. You can see it in his face. Comes from a soccer family. Dad, Brian Trost, played for Wally as well. So definitely a big soccer pedigree in that family. and calmly, definitely puts that ball at the far post and buries it for East Lyme, up 1-0 now with about 22 minutes left in this first half.
Degree of difficulty on that shot, by the way, is higher than perhaps he made it look. That ball is bouncing, and it's very easy, as we talked about kickball, it's very easy to hit that ball and have it sail. It's very easy to come over the top of that ball and kind of nub it so that it takes some steam off of it. For him to put that on that angle with that pace, that is a very, very difficult shot that he made look much easier.
Guys at this level, Casey, this is not their first rodeo, right? So it's a lot of muscle memory involved. These guys are training, like I said, year-round, a lot of these guys. And certainly for Caleb, he's had plenty of those reps. So, I think when you've done it enough, it becomes kind of, old hat. And certainly he showed that there, putting that ball in the back of the net and starting things well on their way for East Lyme.
Can Ledyard respond against a team that doesn't give up goals?
It's a tall task, but once again, I don't think this task is lost on Ledyard. They're the number 2 seed for a reason. They've had a successful season themselves. They're sitting at, 12-4-1 on the season. Granted, they've given up 24 goals to East Lyme's, 2, but, they do have some goal-scoring prowess in the likes of like Ben Crow and Didi Ramirez and Carson Luther. They're going to use Ben Crow in a different way today, more of as a target forward, kind of playing with his back to the goal, more of a target forward side on, which they need to do in that 4-5-1. But I imagine that may change as the game progresses and move into more of a 4-3-3 when they know that, all right, we're down a goal here. We need to maybe change some things, be a bit more aggressive, take some more chances. But we'll see as the game kind of plays out here.
So I just got a text message from game day sponsor and friend of the program, Mike Wall, Crush director Wall, who said that, of course, Biggs and Powers both have excellent throw-in skills. They're Crush baseball players. But I'm going to do you one better, as that one is a rocket from Trost. And now he's standing 35 to 40 yards out. He hits that on a dime, and the only thing keeping that out of the net was the crossbar, because that thing would have been buried. I mean, DeBrod has no chance in a ball like that.
No, there's a reason why we as officials put weights in the back of the goal. That thing hit it like a missile, and as I mentioned before, Coach Christian said he has a bomb for a leg, and that was absolutely laced.
It's not only he turned on a dime. It wasn't like he wound up on that. He turned and just launched. And if you're a keeper, when the ball's 35 yards out, you're pinching up a little bit, and you have to be fearful to leave your line. East Lyme turning up the pressure now for sure. That ball back, far post! And Ledyard clears.
That's an example of Montejano, what he does quietly. His just work right here to kind of get into the box there on that ball from the East Lyme player on the outside there, and just kind of dribbles through traffic here and almost puts one away, and then even despite the keeper getting a hand on it, almost gets a toe poke on it to put that in the goal.
So we got a free kick coming for East Lyme, about 35 yards out. Dangerous spot. All the Vikings lined up left. They're going to put this one on frame and then run on. There it is, chipped right into the middle. Head ball tapped out, nicely done. And Ledyard can't get rid of it yet. Trost has it, spreads it out. There's Greeno looking for a little bit of room. Splits 2 defenders. And East Lyme still maintains possession, finally. And no, Ledyard still maintains. They cannot clear. East Lyme has it still.
I love how East Lyme is not afraid to take players on the attacking third. That's a creative aspect of soccer that doesn't exist too often. And it's nice to see them taking players on. It's a risk worth reward, right? You're not going to do that in your back third, but if you have a chance to split 2 players here to get into the box and distribute or shoot, you take that chance. And if you don't, you got someone like Caleb Trost on your 6 to help you out, right? Because certainly they're constantly backing each other up and taking risks in this attacking third of the field.
17.5 minutes remaining, 1-0 East Lyme, but they're starting to sense turning up the pressure a little bit. And we talked about teams that pitch shutouts, routinely keeping 4 back, sometimes 5. East Lyme is much more comfortable, as you mentioned earlier, sending those defensive players up to get into the offensive mix, trusting that they'll be able to get themselves back. And another ball that was flicked in and almost half volleyed, but it's going to end up being a corner kick. The defensive players for East Lyme, and there's only 2 back right now, and it's forcing Ledyard to send Crow, their one offensive guy, back deep. Now he's on the defensive end because they need to be able to mark up. Short ball, touch back, chipped, far post, off the hands of the keeper and off of an East Lyme player, so it will be a goal kick, a break for Ledyard.
Yeah, nice mix by East Lyme, playing that short ball, laying it off. Then you have your corner kick taker taking then that left-footed ball to put it right back in the mix. That could be a shot, that could be a service ball, and that's super dangerous. That causes a lot of the defending players to kind of work towards their own goal again. They become like pseudo-attackers along with East Lyme. So I like the mix of style and set pieces for East Lyme so far.
Another chance here for the Vikings. There's Trost.
Yeah, that's dangerous. If that gets on his foot there with some daylight, watch out.
Hanny plays it, switches fields. And finally a steal for Ledyard and a run. Crow's gonna want it. Outside and well defended. They shut Ben Crow out. That was Alex Rindell, the senior, and he put a nice body onto Crow and wouldn't let him get to the ball in a scoring position. But an uncharacteristic turnover here for East Lyme, and we'll get a throw down for Ledyard, and taking it will be Fothergill.
That was an example case of just the speed and athleticism that Crow possesses. You know, he took on that back line, turned on the jet, so he just couldn't get a shot off before East Lyme was able to get the composure back and stop that attack. But you can see that why Ben has got so many goals this season. Just really has a nose for the goal, and I thought for a second he might equalize this game.
The ball comes off a Trost's foot different. It's like when you watch, the ball come off of the bat of a baseball player and it just sounds different. The ball comes off his foot different. He just changed fields with a pass that was about a foot off the ground, and it never left a foot off the ground. It was just a missile right onto the foot of a teammate. He has got true power.
Yeah, when a player can ping a ball like that across the field as a pass, right, that's a sign of just well-developed player at this level. You know, it doesn't happen very often. Most times players go inside the foot. He's going laces as a ping ball across the field here, knocking 20, 30-yard, 40-yard passes on an absolute frozen rope.
And that's the thing. You can see him across the ground, which they lose steam. You can see him higher in the air in order to get the power. To keep it that low to the ground, but off the ground, and then precision onto a teammate, that's a very, not just an advanced set of skills, but you talk about college-level play. That's a college-level play. And so East Lyme is making a number of plays tonight that just show you elevated soccer. It's why they've won a state championship. It's why they're back in their 4th consecutive ECC final. And it's why they're a premier team statewide.
Yeah, they're just playing with a level of confidence that...
There's another example of the Trost run on. That is a dangerous play. Ledyard's got to know where he is coming up from the middle of the field.
And that's quality volume again, right? Even though that ball went wide, that could deflect off anybody at a given point. It could deflect off a Ledyard player for an own goal. It could deflect off an East Lyme player back to their foot. So, a lot of high quality volume, not just dumping balls in the box, but having a methodical approach to putting balls in dangerous spots.
Biggs to Trost. Again, right there. A little bit of almost like a bicycle to a head ball. You just, again, and then there a through ball over the top. That's beautiful soccer. I'm going to keep saying it. East Lyme is a beautiful team to watch.
And Tegan is you can tell disappointment in his body language for a second there. That was a great pass, right? The fact that he's disappointed about that just shows the high expectations that Wally has set up for his team this year, that, you know, here's the bar, guys, go get it, and we don't, make the next rep better.
The next great local soccer coach, Peter Wappy, is frantically taking notes on this East Lyme attack. I fully expect a state championship soon, and from him we'll be talking about the Wappy coaching tree soon.
Yeah, the team Wappy out of Waterford knocked off New Canaan 3-2 earlier this week.
Going for a 15U championship.
Yep, going for this Connecticut Cup final. I believe it's against Weathersfield and Simsbury. So good luck to Coach Peter Wappy.
Now you give me excuses to walk in and talk to him at work about his shape. And it's not at all inappropriate.
Round is a shape, Case.
I've been counting on that for years. Biggs loses it in the midfield, but again, nothing doing. The Vikings so calm on the back end.
Ben Crow is going to log some miles today, Case. He has been all over the place as that target forward, which gives him a lot of free reign, right? Because he's really kind of moving east to west a lot. But he is working his tail off to try to help, you know, the Colonels develop some, you know, attacking presence here in this first half.
So back in 2021-ish, my son AJ was part of the Shoreline Breakers. It was a 13U elite baseball team that won everything they competed in that year. They didn't lose to anybody. And looking at that team, some names that you will recognize on that baseball team. The the number 3 and 4 pitchers were Garrison Biggs and, not Garrison Biggs, Aiden Cochran of East Lyme, going Division I to UConn. Garrison Biggs was a middle infielder. Desmond Powers was the number 3 pitcher. Jack Treat, going Division I, was the first baseman. A lot of these guys went on to play for the Crush, but you had 2 Central Connecticut guys as the number 1 and the number 2 pitchers. That was an incredibly elite baseball team, and they've all maintained a high level of baseball success. Powers going to play college baseball. Biggs could do whatever he wants. There's another great ball headed out by the Colonels. That should be a corner kick for East Lyme. Biggs could play 2 sports in college. Powers could play 2 sports in college. Cochran's going D1 for baseball. I mean, Treat's going D1 for baseball. Very, very talented group. And this is what I love about the multi-sport nature of the ECC, where a guy like Powers, a guy like Biggs is going to be playing, 2 different sports. And that one headed at the wide goal kick.
No, a lot of talented athletes in the field, not just on the soccer pitch, but other walks of life throughout the year. Certainly it's fun to watch. A big win right there we kind of overlooked a little bit. So Sean O'Brien, number 13 there in the middle for Ledyard. He's the attacking center midfield player. He missed half the season actually this year with some illness, and now he's back in the mix and has actually scored in the last 2 games for Ledyard. So they're going to depend on him in addition to Ben Crow to be a big part of their attack. But that big win on that ball served in by East Lyme, he got up in the air and solved that for them.
Nice play by Oliver Lopez, coming off his line, sliding through.
And got to give some credit to the back line for Ledyard too. I mean, it's sitting at 1-0 after that first goal. They've continued to play solid defense despite the dangerous East Lyme attack. Jack, I don't know if is it Keskenny? He leads the defense at center back. Probably, in Coach Glennie's terms, their best leader on the field, Keskenny. And, doesn't stop moving. A big, strong player here and has some big shoes to fill. He places, the very sturdy defensive player, Sam Hopkins, who has now moved on to the college level. So they'll rely on him heavily, Jack, as a center back for Ledyard.
Tegan Dunn in a collision with Sean O'Brien. Dunn whistled, and O'Brien up off the turf, a little bit slow to get up as he took a hard spill on the turf tonight with the temperature the way it is and the wind. Just going to feel a little harder. Free kick here. Here is the aforementioned Keskenny. He's going to go up top. He's going to try to find Crow, I'm sure.
Outstanding ball by Kes Kenny there. Driven 40, 45-yard ball.
Lopez will come and clean it up for the Vikings.
So I don't want to overshadow Ledyard's season so far. I mean, this game is far from over. We talked a lot about East Lyme, but certainly Ledyard has a lot to be proud of and what they've accomplished, and certainly there's no reason why they can't come back in this game. And you see him here on a quick counterattack.
Trying to get to Crow, but there's Dunn. I think Ledyard's got to get that shot. I think that ball's got to get put on frame. When it's so hard to penetrate the East Lyme defense, I think you got to try to get one on there. What I loved what Dunn just did was he just deflected the ball about 10 yards and then allowed him to reset himself and get back into position. So he knew he wasn't going to clear it, but he made the deflection, got it into a piece of space, and allowed him back to retreat. No panic in the East Lyme defense at all. They're just very poised.
Yeah, a lot of confidence and composure amongst this team for sure. I think one of the keys to this is...
That's the ball I'm talking about right there. Fothergill did exactly what I'm talking about. Even though that appears to be just an easy save for Lopez, in a cold night with the wind blowing like this, balls take funny bounces. Keepers sometimes can't, keep possession. I thought that was smart. Get that ball onto the keeper, make him make a play. It keeps your offense heading in that direction. So I like that. I like that approach.
We just saw an absolute bomb by Oliver Lopez there as we were talking. He knocked that ball to the 25-yard line in the air out of his box. We don't talk a lot about him other than the shutouts because really he doesn't do a lot with the ball because he's a guy that, doesn't see the ball a lot. When you have 2 goals against and, 15 shutouts, it's a nice luxury to have that kind of keeper in the back of the net that you don't use too often.
Beautiful, beautiful soccer from East Lyme. The degree of difficulty that we just saw from Montejano, who's going to take the far corner now. He was so patient. He split defenders and used his left foot to put it into a scoring position. Really, really well done. Now he's earned the corner on the far side, and it'll be taken by Hofer's going to take the corner on the far side. It's going to be left-footed, so looking for a bit of an in-swinger here.
A little bit of an in-swinger case. I love the soccer IQ. It's growing by the minute.
High in the air, dangerous spot. Keeper comes out off the side of the net, goal kick.
Our friend Mike DeMoro, our favorite Italian soccer enthusiast, would be so proud.
He would be. He would be. Be very proud. 5 minutes. When we get to halftime, we will have a grade 8, and then I will have a couple of guests to talk a little bit about General Dynamics Electric Boat, some of the new initiatives going on there. Big news, obviously, EB bought the Crystal Mall. My childhood died a little bit in that moment, but it's good for the community, for that building and that property to be used for something job related.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm going to get my fun gifts from Spencer Gifts. Those days are over.
Men's Warehouse. Am I gonna have to go to Manchester now?
No, get your suits tailored.
That's right. Prom, where my son's gotten his prom gear there for years.
Go, Max, go.
There's Montejano showing the wheels, and nice job from Ledyard. Give the Colonels credit. They went down 1-0, and they've been under siege, but they've held it at the 1 goal with 4 minutes is a lot of time left, but. Ledyard they're playing very poised as well.
Yeah, once again, it's 1-0, and we talked about this last game. We talked about it yesterday. You can hold possession all day long, but you're one counterattack away from, being on the wrong side of a score sheet. So it's really important that East Lyme continues with their due diligence here, doesn't let Ledyard off the ropes, and tries to find a way to put some more balls in the back of the net because, once again, Ben Crow is lurking. He's a guy that can change this game in a heartbeat.
Tom.
A dangerous play by DeBrot's going to result in a corner kick. That ball was sort of in no man's land, and Tom Butler was crashing hard for East Lyme, and so we'll get a corner kick.
There's only so many corner kicks and restarts you can take from this East Lyme crew. Once again, that death by 1,000 paper cuts, we keep on saying it, but it's just true. They've tried so many different things, short, long, different kinds of styles, but they're so good at these set pieces, they can be super dangerous.
One touch, Trost. That's a nice ball, though. Kept in.
Good job, boys.
Dunn had it ricochet off the defender, so it'll be a throw for East Lyme.
Go, Viking.
Again, every time you think you know from conventional soccer where East Lyme's going to put the ball, they do something a little bit different. So, you assume Trost was going to turn and laser that one on net. No, instead he passed it out wide to a far corner for a teammate. And that results in this throw from Biggs. Hard shot, and the follow is in for the goal. Montahano off the ricochet from the Trost blast. 2-0 Vikings. Like we said, danger time, 2:28. Ledyard had been hanging in there down 1-0, but then Trost so Biggs with the throw. The ball comes out to Trost, who hits a bullet, and then there's the rebound to Montahano, 2-0.
Montahano, the heart and soul of this team, easy breezy. I mean, you can just see the confidence on these kids' faces. They're not coming back showboating. They know they still have a job to do. Max is bound for Eastern next year. Will continue his soccer career under the tutelage of Coach DeVito. Just nice to see, a player like that get his due in a big game like this.
That's a great get for the Eastern program, too, by the way.
It's a huge get.
And that's a good soccer program. A lot of local flavor to Eastern sports. Separating Montahano from a Division I school is minimal, and to get him at that D3 level where he's probably going to thrive academically and athletically, that's a great get for Eastern, and he can become a foundational piece at a place like Eastern where he can be there for years.
Yeah, and once again, he comes to a super athletic family. His brother playing baseball at Avery Point, UConn Avery Point. Dad's a former collegiate soccer player as well. Played with him many years on the adult side of things. And now, in his own right, Max is moving on to the college level next year, and that's a huge opportunity for Eastern. Once again, it's not about what division you play in. The sexy pick is Division I, right? But you go and play. Only about 5% of high school athletes play collegiate sports in general. You go to play, and I think he's going to have great success at that level at Eastern and going to make a big impact right away.
I will say that our halftime guests just got a little happier as they were walking up the bleachers. 2-0 Vikings, as we're under a minute remaining here in the first half of the Division I Boys Soccer Championships in the ECC. Montahano through the midfield has been dominating possession with East Lyme, but Ledyard, to their credit, staying aggressive, trying to win these things back. Now, Coach Glennie went defensive to start this thing. They're down 2-0. Will they change their approach and become a little bit more offensive? I think right now, with 30 seconds left and this free kick coming, and I'm gonna bet that they want to go in 2-0.
Yeah, you have to kind of take your licks here and move on and hope that you can go in the locker room down 2, not down 3. You're not going to get a goal in the last 17 seconds here. Let's just be smart about it and live for another half.
Low ground ball deflected out wide, and that's probably going to take us to halftime. I don't think they're going to get a throw in much before. 3, 2, 1. We are at halftime here at Ledyard High School. 2-1. East Lyme on top, seeking their 4th straight boys soccer championship in the ECC. We're going to send it away for a grade 8, and then we'll be back with some special halftime guests. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
It's time for Game Day's Athletes of the Future, Grade 8 Plays of the Week. Starting off at number 8, Andrew McElwee, Montville football. Bacon Academy looking for the tie. The 2-point conversion denied as McElwee's in the right place, makes the big play and seals the win for the Wolves. At number 7, Cooper Harris, Woodstock Academy football in the big showdown with Waterford, steps in front of the Rassicot pass down the sideline. Pick 6. Huge win for the Centaurs over the Lancers. At number 6, a little tag team action for the Griswold Wolverines. Lane Moss with the strip. Laterals to teammate Nick Cool Waters, and well, you know when there's moss, there's waters. And Griswold football with the touchdown. At number 5, Ryan Webster, Killingly football. Give love to the specials. Off the edge, blocks the punt, and recovers it in the end zone for a touchdown. Webster making it happen. Good things for the Trailblazers. At number 4, Wheeler Soccer's Hannah Viel, 40 yards out. You can't even see her, but you see the missile into the upper part of the net. We love those free kick bombs from 40 yards. At number 3, Ellery Sampson, Woodstock Academy Soccer, saves the big PK, but not done yet against NFA in the quarterfinals. Goes down low, saves PK number 2, and well, 3 times a charm. 3 PK saves to get Woodstock Academy past NFA. Ellery Sampson doing it all. At number 2, let's go to the Powder Puffs. That's right. Stonington's Shelby Mayo, the 3-sport star, back, shows off the big-time arm. Audrey Schrage runs underneath it and then turns on the Jets. A 60-yard touchdown. The juniors won't be denied. That bomb right there. Hey, Coach Massengale, take a look. Sign them up. That duo is something. But at number 1, for a free week of training at Athletes of the Future, let's go to the Montville Youth Football 9-year-old Kinsley Wheatley, wearing number 9, and goes 99 yards. That's right, Kinsley showing off her wheels. 99 yards as they chase her. They won't catch her. Off to the house for the touchdown. That one is the longest touchdown that we've had this year, and it is your Athletes of the Future number 1 play. Send us your best plays, and maybe you can make next week's AOF Grade 8.
We are back at halftime, 2-0. East Lyme on top of Ledyard in the Division I Boys ECC Championships. Of course, all of the championship games sponsored by General Dynamics Electric Boat. So I'm going to bring in, I'm going to on the fly change things up a little bit. I'm just going to have each of you say your name for everybody and the role that you have at Electric Boat, and then I'm going to just ask one question and get out of the way.
Okay.
Okay. I'm Stephanie Montajano, and I'm a senior HR rep at Electric Boat.
How you doing? Billy DeSandri, Director of Construction Readiness at Quonset Point and Electric Boat.
It is a pleasure to have both of you here, and basically, I think the whole world, that has grown up in southeastern and eastern Connecticut, knows, EB as great partners in the community in so many ways. The expansion going on is something that I think a lot of people are excited about. The initiatives that are going on are things that people are excited about. So that's what I want to hear. Just talk about anything that you're excited about right now, aside from the 2-0 score on the scoreboard, because I know you're both excited about that as well. But talk about what's exciting at EB.
Yeah, well, we are excited about the score. So it's 2-0 Vikes, go Vikes. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about just why shipbuilding is important and submarine shipbuilding is important and what it takes to build a submarine first to start off. We're in exciting times in the submarine industry. I mean, we're experiencing tremendous growth. There's really an insatiable thirst for the Navy for more of these submarines, and obviously the nation's need for all these complex technological marvels. So it's really an exciting time to be an EB employee. Earlier this year, EB launched an initiative called EB Now, and it's really an initiative that provided much needed and significant pay wages for our employees, really to attract and retain that needed talent that we need to go really reach our limits and create more submarines. And then we also provided a lot more money for infrastructure improvements, equipment improvements, and facility improvements as well, really to set us up so we can continue to build these submarines. And obviously you guys probably heard about the recent Crystal Mall purchase, so that's a huge thing as well, so really exciting times. And then really as part of our defense, our defense is our best defense is really the submarine as a strategic deterrent. And when you look at like war times and war games, there really isn't a situation that we don't win that war without having those submarines in the water. And that's both submarines from a Virginia-class submarine, attack sub, and a Columbia-class ballistic missile submarine. it also takes all of us to really go build the submarines. It takes a tremendous amount of teamwork within EB, all the way from designing, engineering, materials and planning, and all the way to the end with outfitting, operations, and tests, and all within quality and safety throughout that. I guess I'll give a little bit of an introduction for myself. I've been to EB for 23 years. I've started as an intern. I interned for 3 years in the summers before I became a full-time employee. Started as an engineer in IT, and then I really learned, hey, I want to go learn more about the business and what I have to go do to really succeed here. So I decided to join. At the time, I was able to join the rotation for professional development program. I went into operations really young as like an operations supervisor in the steel trades, and then general foreman in the pipe trade. So I really learned about construction, how the submarines put together, those types of things. And then from there, I held various leadership positions in operations and engineering primarily, and also some of the key support trades such as accuracy control and test. And now I'm really in a planning type function. And I've also been fortunate enough to take part in all 3 sites. So I started in Groton, then moved into New London, and now at Quonset Point. And then I guess I'll keep going with some of these topics, but it's not just shipbuilding's not just about assembling the vessels; it's also about the safety of our nation, right? And our purpose statement really delivers that. I think we deliver the advantage that protects our sailors, our families, and our freedom, and that's really so true. I think we're all experiencing. Or we've seen in the world today, just uncertain times, right? There's like there's still the war going on with Ukraine. It seems like it's been going on for years and years and years. The U.S. recently hit some nuclear sites in Iran, and then obviously a few months ago there was a military parade in China with participants and attendees from North Korea and Russia as well. So it just further tells us that, hey, we got to go deliver these submarines. We need to go deliver the 826 Columbia, the new submarine ballistic class in 2028, and then the new Virginia class 803 VPM also in 28.
I'm going to stop you for a second because I want to make sure that you guys touch on one thing and before we go, which is I don't know that anybody who's grown up in Eastern Connecticut there's nothing more in the fabric of Eastern Connecticut than electric boats. So I think anybody who's grown up in Eastern Connecticut has a direct person that has worked at EB, has been part of the EB family. And we talk about high school sports, we talk about teamwork, and there's a great example in hearing you talk about the team aspect. Electric boat really embodies the team aspect. And from a hiring perspective, now is a great time if you're a high school kid out there looking for a career, looking for a future. There's so many different careers that go through EB, but growing up, the support Electric Boat has had for the teams of southeastern Connecticut, from Little League all the way up through high school. I don't know anybody that didn't either play for EB or have a person that got a connection with that. And I think that's an important thing to remember, that above what EB does for our nation, what EB does for our community is the thing that's directly important to the folks out there. So thank you to both of you for being a part of the EB team, and thank you both for helping become sponsors of tonight's game. And with that, we are about to start second half.
Awesome.
So now you get to go be parents now.
Go Vikes.
And go Vikes. Okay.
Go Vikes. Thank you
very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2-0 East Lyme here to start the second half. I want to thank Stephanie Montahano and Bill DeSandri for coming in and talking a little bit about Electric Boat and all the opportunities provided there and what's in the future for them. They get to go back now and be parents, and East Lyme gets to go back to try to become 4-time consecutive champions, and they're right on the offensive. So before we get into the second half, Colin, talk a little bit about what Bill Glennie's thinking right now, because I think we know what it's like before the game. What do you do when you're down 2-0 against a team that's only given up? So in order to tie this thing, you'd have to match their season of goals given up.
I think 2 words: calculated risks. I think you need to be smart about the risk you take, because if you take too big of a risk, it's 3-0 before you know it, before you can turn around. So I think it's calculated risks. I think you need to make sure you're finding the foot of Ben Crow as much as possible. I think you need to push some extra men up front So you're going to see more of that 4-3-3 that they've used most of the season and a little bit less of that 4-5-1. But I think you're going to require your mids to be smart about when they need to track back to help out defensively. But really some more calculated risks and finding the foot of Ben Crow on their end. From an East Lyme standpoint, it's a lot of the same. You know, it ain't break, don't fix it. You know, they're playing great soccer. You know, they're not going to learn a ton from today's game other than playing in a big championship game from a soccer standpoint. So continue with that possession, vary your attack, make the best of your restarts, and stay sharp in the back and watch out for those big counterattacks from Ledyard.
One thing that you brought a mentality to me too about that I've been used ever since we talked about it years ago, which is losses are only losses if you don't learn from them, right? If you learn from them, then you can make them a normal part of the eventual winning. Like it's a loss can be viewed as like a delayed win if you learn from that. Ledyard, their season's not over, even with this game. What can they learn about themselves, even if they can't overcome, a 2-0 deficit? As a coach, do you frame the second half to allow Ledyard to win, even if they don't actually score more goals than East Lyme does in this game?
Yeah, I think to your point, and I've often said that you win or you learn, right? There's no losses in sport, whether it's soccer or anything else. You win or you learn. If you think about you lost the game, then you haven't given yourself the opportunity as an individual, as a team, to correct mistakes. And so I think if you look at it from the win or you learn standpoint, there's always room for growth. So I think from Ledyard's standpoint, they need to try to win this second half. And what I mean by that is not just a score standpoint, but can we fix some mistakes? Can we look at areas in our middle and back end to prevent East Lyme from being so dangerous? And to build for the future, because they're going to see other teams like East Lyme in the state tournament, I would imagine.
Shot off the crossbar taken by East Lyme, and we have an injured Viking who's up now, but moving a little slow.
Yeah, Carter Hoffer there, nice left-footed shot, just hit the crossbar, a few inches lower, maybe it's a goal. And Alex DeBrot with some coverage there to keep.
Trost, wide. He doesn't need much space. So, little known fact is that Peter Huapi's favorite sport, other than curling, is actually ice hockey, and his beloved Bruins are making ice hockey difficult to watch. Trost reminds me a little bit of a forward in hockey, where he just needs the slightest little opening, and he can put an electric shot, like not just just not any shot. He can put a upper corner, top shelf kind of shot into play at any moment.
Yeah, and he's growing into his body, which is scary. He's a junior. He's big, strong kid, and with great soccer acumen and just great soccer IQ and ability. Couple that with one more year here and some more off-season club soccer. I mean, he's going to be a guy that's going to get a lot of looks at the collegiate level. It's
funny because next year, not that we're looking ahead, but just in terms of Trost, I mean, he certainly could be a 20-goal scorer at the high school level, just off of how the free kicks alone of what he can score. But the East Lyme system, for them to be successful, is going to be for him to not be a 20-goal scorer. Maybe 15 with 4 other guys scoring 10, and that's the beauty. That's why they win. That's why they win. He is remarkable. They're in front. Goal! Dunn! Callum Dunn chased in, beat the defender, took the ball away, pumps one in, and at 3-0, this one might be done.
The great Dunn soccer family, brother part of the Great Wall of Salem in the back, finds a way to find the back of the net. Misplayed header by one of the Colonel center backs off of a big backwards ball. Big backwards ball from Caleb Trost. East Lyme up 3-0.
Now, I'm going to say that over the past few years, we have seen some very dominant and successful teams in the ECC. We saw the Bacon Academy girls win a state championship. We saw the East Lyme Viking boys win a state championship. We've seen the East Lyme boys in 3 consecutive ECC championships prior to this one. Last night, we saw the Bacon Academy girls undefeated on the season. I don't recall a team being this. It's not just dominance, it's just casual dominance. I mean, it's like, it's not even eye-popping, except for it's almost cruel how just like simple this approach is. There's no Pele running out there. It's like 11 guys. In some ways, very intimidating. We're going to see Sean O'Brien being helped off, so he's going to come off the field. They'll get a sub in for him. I think we're still 33 minutes away, but this right here has been as dominant a performance as I can remember seeing they really haven't given up a shot on goal, and they've scored 3 goals, and it feels like it could be 6. And this is a good Ledyard team. I mean, that's the thing, is this is not, they didn't get some 6 seed who upset somebody to get here. This has been the second best team in the conference all year long, and there is a discernible gap between 1 and 2.
Yeah, Case, this is not David versus Goliath at all. This is the 2 top teams in our conference this year. It just so happens that the gap between 1 and 2 is large this year. And as you mentioned, East Lyme doesn't do it flashy. It's a quiet confidence. It's this, 75 and sunny mentality. No one's too big for the team. No one's too small for the team. And if you're scouting this team, which I imagine other teams are in the state right now,
sure,
watching this broadcast, you're kind of scratching your head like, what do I attack first? This is like an 11-headed monster. Even the goalkeeper in the back who hasn't had much, reps is still impressive in his own right. We just saw a booming punt in the first half from him. His distribution's off the charts. Who do we attack here? There are no weak links on this field. So, they're a hard team to plan for because there are no holes.
Now you're much more plugged into the state than I am, because I am not at all plugged into the state. Where does this East Lyme team fit statewide in terms of ability? Is this? Obviously they're a state championship contender because they've won one before. But where do they fit in the state?
Yeah. So Wally was smart in his own right. He went out and got some quality opponents in the preseason this year. Played Farmington early on in the season, preseason, beat them 3-0 in the preseason. Farmington's a prolific state championship powerhouse with the likes of like Glastonbury and Wethersfield and so on. They might have the most state championships in school in Connecticut history. In Farmington, the famous Steve Waters coached there for years and who's now at Old Saybrook. They played Ram, another quality team. They didn't lose. In fact, they won in dominant fashion. So they're clearly, the cream of the crop in the state this year. But really it's a situation that, they're as good as their next game. They're smart enough to know that they're not going to win on this game here in the state tournament. They're going to win on their next game, their next performance. So they don't look at it that they're too big for any one situation. And I think that comes from Wally too. Wally is a team first guy. He's an even keel guy, and that's definitely the mentality that's spread amongst his team this year. But from a state standpoint, they're a force to be reckoned with.
Beautiful ball played out to Hoffer. Cuts it in, and a nice stone job out there defensively from Ledyard's Andrew Lupos, and East Lyme was mounting a very slow attack there.
Now, with that being said, I think probably one of the best things that happened to East Lyme this year is that tie against Morgan. It's a quality opponent. They have, New England player in, Gutierrez, in their attacking end. They're a quality team in general. They're playing for actually the Shoreline Final Championship tonight. On the boys' side, I believe it's tonight or tomorrow night. And, to get scored upon and then to have a tie, which I guess would be a blemish from their standpoint, they're still undefeated, is an opportunity to, once again, to learn and to apply those concepts and those lessons in games like this, and then hopefully in the next 5 games in the state tournament, or actually 4 games for them because they have that bye.
Now, they were down 1-0 in that Morgan game.
Correct. They were down 1-0, and actually there was a chance in that game where Morgan could have gone up 2-0. But, I think, once again, the veteran leadership on this squad didn't let it happen, and they scored late in the game, actually, to make it 1-1. It was not a game tied for any long period of time.
And that answers the other question, right? Can this team play from behind? Do they have the composure if they ever do get knocked down? And they did. Here comes Biggs with we'll call it the corner throw.
Biggs with the big throw.
So Powers had the power throw, Biggs has the big throw?
You got it.
That sounds good to me. Near post, rattles loose. East Lyme will settle in the back end. Dunn maintains possession. Running on the outside. Back in the middle. And off the crossbar. Oh, that was such a beautiful opportunity for Biggs. And it went off the crossbar. That would have been another goal. And they just...
I think that was Montejano case.
I think the volley, was that Montejano?
Yeah, I think it was Montejano. Yeah, Montejano off that far post there. Biggs was right behind him.
I mean, it's just so quiet in how, it's like you don't even feel the build.
And that would be the ever-popular toe poke, famous
Mike Tomorrow. Mike Tomorrow, that was your third toe poke reference here today. We've hit the
quota.
That's right. When other teams mount offense, you can feel it building, and the crowd feels it building. You don't even feel it building with East Lyme. It's kind of like this just steady rhythm.
Right. Yeah. And it's... It happens in a heartbeat, though, but it doesn't happen with just incredible speed of run. It's just the ball. They make the ball do the work, right? And I always tell players when I was coaching over the years is that, the ball doesn't need any food, doesn't need any water, doesn't need any sleep. Let the ball do the work, right? Less touches, less dribbling with it, let the ball do the work. And if you work off the ball, you're going to receive the opportunities to put balls in dangerous places and put the ball in the back of the net. So let that ball do the work. And East Lyme does not take more than probably 1 or 2 touches throughout the field because they know that allows the other team to create the shape to stop it.
Soccer and basketball share terminology, and the approach is the same, which is less dribbling, more passing. I would say in basketball, that's same thing. Let the ball do the work. Same idea. The more you're dribbling the ball, the more you're working. Once you get the ball teammate to teammate through a passing, it makes the ball's doing the work, not you. And when you get in trouble in soccer is usually when you're trying to dribble and make a little too much happen. And East Lyme is just so comfortable. They get it on their feet, and then it's off.
Well, I know you're a big Premier League guy. I know you get up early on Sundays to watch the Premier League.
I don't even go to sleep Saturday night. I'm in the anticipation of it. How can you?
I know. So, there's a stat in the Premier League that, roughly 80% of goals are scored on 2 touches or less. Once that third touch happens, goals drop dramatically, right? So it's just a testament to not the skill, but just obviously when that ball moves, it creates holes and opportunities. It causes defenses to shift faster, and mistakes happen. So, it's not a big mystery that less touches equals more goals, set pieces equal goals, attacking end lines equal corners. I mean, all those things. East Lyme's already had probably 5 or 6 corners already.
Be a corner throw. We'll see if Biggs runs on for that one, or they're going to let it stay with Hoffer, and they will. He's no slouch either. Puts it on, and that's a little friendly fireball. I think that went in.
Yeah. Just keeping the keeper loose.
So, and actually that throw was from Montejano.
Yeah.
I am more likely to watch a Premier League soccer match at 9 a.m. on a weekend than I am an NFL game at 9 a.m. on those London NFL games. I'd rather watch soccer than those. Something doesn't feel right about 9 a.m. football.
Right.
Football, on the other hand, absolutely.
Yeah, and something about the NFL's choice too. Nothing like a 9 a.m.
Jacksonville Rams game.
Right.
You're like,
right.
Okay.
Jaguars Titans.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, sure. And that no one wants to watch because no one wants to watch it at 1 o'clock either. They figure we'll subject the Londoners to it. They don't know how bad this is. Biggs in the midfield for the Vikings.
Good idea. always impressed with Tegan Dunn's ability to see the field. If you look at him for a while, he's constantly checking his shoulders, surveying the field, so he knows when the ball comes in. Am I heading it to feet? Am I heading it up and away? Am I finding feet with my passing? Am I clearing under pressure? Just a really, smart kid back there, kind of leading the charge of the back four.
Assuming East Lyme holds on to this, and Coach Christensen wins his 4th straight, I almost want to just thank him for an absolutely delightful viewing experience, because this is probably as enjoyable a viewing experience I've had of soccer as we've had, because it's been different. It's been very, like I said, it's been simple. It's been high end. As a coach, as an official, who was the most skilled or the best soccer team that you officiated this year?
Well, I'd have to probably say I didn't have the fortune to officiate either of these two teams. I've seen them play already. I would probably say actually I caught a St. Bernard's game against Griswold at Griswold, and St. Bernard's on turf put on a clinic that day. I mean, they were playing just high-quality soccer that day from a possession standpoint, attacking standpoint. Ended up winning that game 3-0, in a game that they lost early in the season, I believe, 2-1. So they've really, I'm impressed with St. Bernard's improvement this year, but that was a pretty game to watch. I mean, they work really well off the ball, and we saw that a little bit today, from St. Bernard's, but that game in particular was just really a nice brand of soccer to watch.
Oh, this is just so nice to watch as Dunn and Hoffer and Montejano, they're just all working together, starting in the back with the back line all the way back to Rindell. And off the far post.
Do it again.
Left foot sails high. That was off the football. That's a whistle. That was off the football goalpost, but
yeah.
I mean, it's just.
I mean, they're two
so
posts
good.
away from this being 5-0.
I mean, if this like I said, this thing could be 6-0 in a heartbeat.
Like I said, I like the composure. They don't waste too much energy in their movements. They trust each other. So if there's a ball up in the air, instead of 2 Vikings going for it against 1 Ledyard player, they're looking for the second ball once the ball is won. So they do a nice job of that. They take risks in their attacking third, and they're more measured in their middle third, and they're super smart in their back third. I think it's just a measured team this year, and no matter what happens in the state tournament, it's been a pleasure watching. And I think all the press they've gotten from their unbelievable goals for and against and the shutouts has brought more fans to watch them this year, because it's just been an interesting product to watch. It's just been a beautiful brand of soccer this year.
Nice work there from Ledyard's Tweed. And then Crow tried to pop it into the forward area, and he's still working. Give Ben Crow credit. He is still working, trying to make something happen.
And you see him right there, Casey. Like, he's not getting frustrated, right? He's communicating to his teammates. He's moving his hands about, hey, can we do this? Can we do that? So he's like a second coach on the field, and that's what Coach Glennie needs. Soccer's often an underappreciated sport from the standpoint of you're out there for 40 minutes. There's no timeouts. There's no 30s. There's no fulls. There's no media timeouts, right? So you're out there for 40 minutes, and you have to coach them up during your training session, so that way these guys are ready to change shape on a dime, to adjust and move amongst themselves as men. And you see that from Ben Crow right there, communicating to his team, and he's just a good leader on the field. And Coach Glennie explained that early on, that he thinks Ben is not just a prolific goal scorer, but just a great all-around kid and someone who just knows the game well.
A big boot. One and a half minutes remaining in this one. 3-0 East Lyme.
So we talked a lot about Tegan Dunn, this half and last half, and Tegan Dunn is actually looking at your alma mater. He's looking at Fairfield and Wesleyan as potential landing spots to play soccer next year. So, smarty pants.
Well, yes, we Wesleyan folks are well versed in the world of really good NESCAC soccer. Wesleyan soccer is very solid. I would love to see him there. Nothing wrong with Fairfield. I know the girls soccer coach at Fairfield very well. He's a Wesleyan alum, and my former good friend at Wesleyan, Dave Barrett, and Wesleyan soccer. You can't go wrong playing in the NESCAC, and that's an elevated level of soccer. It's really, really good. I'd love to see him there. Nothing wrong with Fairfield, but of course I am biased. Go Cardinals.
And then in number 16, Casey, Gabe Haney.
He's also looking at Wesleyan.
He is going to Wesleyan.
He's officially admitted.
He's playing lacrosse at Wesleyan.
Now I knew that.
Of course you did. You're from Wesleyan.
Well, I knew that because this is actually a really great story, but we're gonna wait and see if East Lyme punches another one in. I was at Reynolds Subaru in Old Lyme getting my Subaru, its 200,000-mile service.
Beautiful Hamburg Cove.
And do love the 200,000-mile service. And and a person in the parking lot saw my Bacon Academy football helmet on my car and said, "Oh, are you a Bacon guy? My son's East Lyme." And he looks at me for a second. He goes, "Wait a minute." He goes, you're the guy that does game day, right? And I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, yeah." He goes, "My son's Gabe Haney from." And I was like, "Oh." And he's like, "Yeah." And we're talking. And he said he saw my Wesleyan. Then he sees my Wesleyan license plate holder. He's like, "Did you go to Wesleyan?" I'm like, "I did." He goes, "He's going to Wesleyan." I'm like, all right, we got it. Come full circle. Started with, "Hey, is that your Bacon Academy plate?" all the way to my Wesleyan. So, yep. That's a couple of smart kids out there for East Lyme then.
Yep, a couple of smart kids, a couple of good athletes. East Lyme definitely known for its lacrosse prowess as well. But right now, Gabe is doing his due diligence and helping East Lyme possibly secure a 4th consecutive ECC tournament championship.
Wesleyan is where I learned what lacrosse was, because there was no ECC lacrosse when I was in high school. I had never seen lacrosse until I went there. Now, of course, high school lacrosse, big, including in the ECC. Nice ball out there to Hoffer.
That's that ping we talked about, pinging that ball across.
And then a quick left foot over the top. We haven't even talked about him tonight because he's been quiet, but he has been an absolute handful on the outside for the Vikings.
He's super technical, and much like Trost, he can rock a ball from really anywhere and on a moment's notice. So you saw that there, blistering left-footed shot, just clearing the crossbar, without any kind of a notice at all. And plays like that, when it comes from knocking the ball around in one touch, two-touch soccer, and then all of a sudden someone decides to rip one on the frame, it takes a lot of focus to keep that ball from.
Oh, here's a one-on-one. Hopper in, gonna get a shot off. Keeps it on his foot, shoots. Beautiful save made by DeBrot.
Great 1v1 skills by Hoffer there, really splitting 2 defenders, then a 3rd defender to get to his left foot, and just couldn't get it by the keeper there. He knows he missed an opportunity, but very impressive attacking run by Hoffer.
And one more move, and Trost would have been instead another shot and a save that goes out of bounds. That'll be a corner kick for East Lyme.
Yeah, that's the one. I don't know if I want to be in front of Caleb Trost, 12-yard blast as a keeper. I need some armor.
On a cold night like tonight, too, that ball would have been no fun for anybody.
Yeah, that's going to have Spalding written all over your chest. Or in your case, your thigh.
That's right. Far post, good ball. Just sails a little long.
Come on, get it.
Crow trying to do a little work, puts it on the outside. Coming onto it was Lupos, and now a throw. Crow bangs it towards frame, and Lopez will take it and initiate some transition out of the back. 1 touch, 2 touch. Through ball.
Go, Carter, go!
Can he get there? He does. In front, left foot. And I'll tell you what, Hoffer is about 0 for 5 right now, and he's getting frustrated because he's got these chances. That was even better than the previous one.
And once again, Casey, he's a sophomore. So, despite their veteran leadership, you've got Caleb Trost as a junior, you've got Hoffer as a sophomore, you've got some players out there, Callum Dunn, Austin Greeno, guys that are going to, refill some of these spots that are, missing this year. I mean, you've got a lot of players that are coming off their bench that would start for most teams in the ECC this year. So, no shortage of options, I think, going into the 2026 season. And they're also doing this without 3 senior players that are injured this year with some ACL tears. So
which is remarkable.
It's crazy. I mean, how much better they could be, with those guys. So, they're doing all of this despite missing players from injury and with some, younger players as well.
Here's the ultimate testament to this East Lyme team. Yesterday, first game, you got Killingly girls over the Montville girls, and you had maybe 2 choices for MVP of the game. The keeper or the first goal scorer, or either of the goal scorers.
Yep.
Bacon Academy, you had the goal scorer, maybe the keeper, 1 or 2, maybe the midfielder Hegeman deserves some Kim's consideration. So maybe 1 or 3 people. First game tonight, St. Bernard's. Could have been McWilliams, could have been Powers. Could have been you had a couple choices. I think you have like 7 choices tonight. And the only reason it's not 10 choices is the other 3 guys are playing so quietly that you don't even maybe notice them. But there's no one you could name right now on this East Lyme team that I wouldn't think gets some consideration.
And once again, to my point earlier, and that's why it's so hard to scout these guys. You can't just pick one poison. The best player on the field right now is probably Montahano, but he's not the guy that you'd worry about from the goal scoring standpoint. He's the guy that you worry about, creating things. You got a guy like Trost who can rock the ball from anywhere. You've got Hoffer, talented sophomore. You've got Biggs with this dynamic throw. You got, Dunn coming out of the back into every restart. You've got all these guys. You got a great keeper. So, you got to pick your poison. They don't have that one player that's going to dominate, the attack. They trust everyone on the field. Ledyard, I think the big goal scorer you look out for is Ben Crow, but outside of that, I think it's, it drops off a bit in terms of goal scoring, Dieter Ramirez or Carson Luther or Sean O'Brien, who made some good moves forward. I think also Sean O'Brien, the kid who's coming off of, some health issues and missed half the season. I think he's kind of a unknown commodity that should be deadly for them in the postseason. But yeah, East Lyme is just really hard to plan for.
Another beautiful ball. Great footwork on the outside, beautiful skills.
And speaking of planning for, you're looking at East Lyme's going to play the winner of Platt Tech or E.O. Smith. They have a play-in game because they're the number 1 seed East Lyme is. So they'll play the winner of Platt Tech, E.O. Smith on either Friday or Saturday. They have a play-in game tomorrow, those 2 teams, Platt Tech and E.O. Smith in Class L. Ledyard's going to play Wright Tech on Friday, 3:15, right here at Ledyard High School. So they host that game. These teams have more stuff to play for, despite just this ECC championship here.
Greeno puts the ball on far post, punched away, back in, flicked around, and DeBroat is there for the save. That was Greeno on the far side, by the way, with the fancy footwork, who has also been very active for East Lyme. So let's not forget him on the far sideline.
Also a sophomore. Just, a lot of promise for the future, which if you are an ECC fan, you're kind of rolling your eyes like, oh, again? Is this going to be rinse, repeat?
Yeah. Looking at East Lyme's bracket, who's the team to be most, who are they looking at and when as what you would consider to be like the most dangerous team in their bracket?
Yeah, I mean, in their bracket itself, I mean, it's interesting. Their number 2 seed is actually University High School, but they shouldn't be a big threat. That's kind of an
overseed, sure.
Yeah, and they're playing Alice Tech, so they'll probably advance. But I would say overall, Bethel is really talented. They're the 3 seed. Local, flares out there as well. Not that it's going to matter much for East Lyme at 22 seed Fitch, but Berlin is Bethel's a very talented team. Bunnell's always solid as well. North Haven could be to be a force to be reckoned with. Weathersfield's a 4 seed, and that's probably in the low end. They're always a premier favorite in the state tournament. Rob Yakum, former New England Revs coach, Weathersfield coach up
So
there.
that would be a semifinal potentially.
Yep.
East Lyme, Weathersfield,
Right.
with Bethel as a potential finalist. Okay.
Yep, Middletown's pretty solid, but really, East Lyme is the number 1 seed, and I think a lot of teams should be looking at them. How are we going to prepare for them? So this is kind of unique territory for East Lyme because right now I think they're the favorite, but as Wally always says, you need a little bit of luck in the state tournament to make that run.
Come on, Alec.
And you got to think that some team is going to try to shut it down completely, play them 0-0 for as long as possible, and see if they can get it tight, keep it tight.
Right.
Not always easy to do, especially as well as East Lyme moves the ball. I mean, it's not as the more you try to sag back and play defense, the more you give them chances at scoring opportunities because they're going to flood. They're going to be comfortable moving 9 guys up themselves.
100%. Some local teams in the L. You've got Grosso Tech. You've got Guilford, local near us. You've got New London in that bracket 15. A number of teams from this area. Fitch. So it's an interesting bracket, but yeah, East Lyme is a favorite, but you got Weathersfield, you got Bethel, you got Bunnell, you got some teams like that certainly are teams to be aware of.
I think a Weathersfield East Lyme semifinal would provide a lot of interest.
Yeah.
I think that this is a better bracket for East Lyme than we've seen in the last time they made a run to the state championship. They had a difficult bracket.
Yeah.
You don't have that other team waiting on the other side for them. One of those shoreline teams that sometimes can be really good, or one of those Fairfield teams that can be really good.
Right, for sure. Ledyard is a 7 seed in their Class M tournament. They'll play Wright Tech, and then the winner of Suffield and Lakeview. Suffield's a really talented team.
Suffield's got a good
They're always a premier favorite. Tolland is right nearby. They're the 2 seed. Tolland is probably one of the favorites in that whole tournament. They're always dominant. And then, of course, Weston, the number 1 team with a bye. So, that'll be an interesting bracket as well. Then you've got locals, Killenly, Wyndham Tech, Bacon Academy, some good solid local teams in there as well, Stonington, so that should be a fun bracket to watch as well, Norwich Tech and Waterford.
Here we go, boys, come on.
Realistically, in previous years, I thought maybe 2 teams, we had Fitch, Bacon Academy, we had a couple years where there was teams I thought could make a final. East Lyme is probably the favorite to make the final and might be the most realistic team to make the final, but I don't know if there's any other. Is there any other team in the ECC that could make a darling run? That we'll find out.
Yeah, you got to look at Bacon Academy girls, of course. They're a favorite on the girls' side. I would see Stonington making a run. They played really quality soccer, and they've improved throughout the season. I saw them play early and the middle season, and now, they're pushing.
Some wholesale subs coming in the game for Ledyard. I would expect East Lyme to match that shortly. Get some new players an opportunity to get some playing time. 8:30 remaining here in the game, so some quality playing time in the championship game. So a shout out to Coach Bill Glennie, recognizing the situation and allowing for some young kids to get the opportunity to play. And also, it gives Coach Christensen the green light to put in some young his players, get some of his seniors out, and give them a chance to, just enjoy the victory.
Well, not just enjoy the victory. You don't want anyone on either side of the ball right now to go down with an injury. You saw one of the, Ledyard players go down, Sean O'Brien, with an ankle. You don't want guys to go into the postseason, limping. So, yes, it's an opportunity to get young guys in, which is a huge opportunity because, once again, you can't mimic this in training. To play in ECC finals is an honor, but it's also a great experience for the younger players. But you want to make sure these players are staying healthy as they, march on to the CIC tournament on Friday and Saturday.
Here come the remainder of subs. You're going to see a lot of new faces in there.
And, Coach Glennie and Coach Christensen, they've been coaching, against each other for a number of years. They definitely have a mutual respect for each other. They know how big this game is, but they also know how big the tournament is for their teams going forward. So certainly, Ledyard has nothing to be ashamed of in this game. They're playing their hearts out here. They're just a little overmatched against a super quality and talented East Lyme team this year. And most other years, this game might be a 1-goal game. I think it's just right now this year it's kind of East Lyme and everybody else.
A team that we didn't mention outside it goes Tom Butler. A team that we didn't mention, talk about a premier program, a state champion team with a prolific goal scorer, Stonington boys, Sal Alessio, and that pedigree of the Stonington team. That's a team that you got to look at their draw and say, if they can find a way to. My insider tells me, my scout in the Stonington camp tells me, they can find a way to put the ball in the net that's not Alessio based. They can make a little run because they got a nice draw.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you look at their draw there, and they're going to play the winner of Berkeley and Hartford Public. They play at home on Friday at 3 o'clock. So, they're playing a 28 seed. That's a situation where, I don't think it should be a tall task for them. But, once again, you never know in soccer. But, yeah, they could have a nice run in the tournament as well. In the state tournament, it's a lot of skill, but a little bit of luck. And the luck happens on the field, but also happens in the draw.
So to win any tournament in any sport, you are going to need to win a game in which either A, you don't play particularly well, or B, where bad breaks occur. So you're not going to just go out and win 4 games in a row because you outplayed people. It doesn't work that way in tournaments. You're going to run into a team that's playing its best game of the year, or you're going to run into a game where the ball seems to bounce funny every time. So you're going to have to overcome either the other team's best game or you being not your best or funny bounces. At least one game, you're going to have to overcome that. There will be at least one game where it is in the balance with a couple minutes remaining. That's tournament play. And in those games, anybody can win. So the seeds go out the window when the game gets tight.
No, for sure. I just think I said, but sometimes, the team is just so insurmountable on paper that you need a lot of luck to start that Cinderella, run. Stonington playing Waterbury Career Academy, that should be a game that they're heavily favored, right? And then they would move on to play the winner of Berkeley and Hartford Public, which is another winnable game. And I think Stonington boys is another team that's playing much better soccer this time of year than they were earlier. I know Alessio was down with a bit of a groin at one point, and they rested him, so he should be 100% for the tournament. But we'll see.
Trost, corner, far post, header. Gonna play it back to Trost. That's a danger. Oh, what a great ball that was. That was an incredible ball right on the far post, never left the ground. Anybody running on would have found that one on their feet.
That was like a laces outside the foot ball with a little bit of bend to the right that if it bends another foot, that's going to be in the back of the net in that far low corner. But as you pointed out, if anyone's anywhere near that, that's an easy ball to redirect and put it in the back of the net.
Throw in coming from Mario Cardello. As we see Trost come out of the game. The subs are in as we're down to 4 minutes remaining.
Come on.
So East Lyme was up 2-0 at the half. They tacked on a third goal here. So, I think from a Ledyard standpoint, you're able to keep, this scoring machine at bay in the second half. I don't want to say they've won the second half, but they've definitely improved their ability to, keep East Lyme off the board more in the second half. I think had they scored in this half, and there's still 3 minutes to go, I think that would have potentially been an even bigger feather in their cap.
Going to want to pay attention to our social medias, Game Day CT, after this one for the Game Day player of the game day from Roberto's Log Cabin, as well as the interview with the winning coach.
Go.
Be hard pressed to tell me that there's subs in the game. The East Lyme style of play hasn't changed at all.
No. And once again, as I mentioned before, they're a really deep team, Casey. Guys coming off the bench would start on most other teams. So, it's a credit to the culture and the feeder program they've had in town for a while, but also credit to the coaching staff at East Lyme for building it. I've had the pleasure of doing multiple levels of East Lyme soccer this year, and from their freshmen to their JV team and so on, and this style of play is consistent across all 3 levels. Center official Tom Scagliarini, veteran official, stopping the clock under the 4-minute mark for subs, along with his crew of Mike Long, one of the assistant referees with the flag, and Chris Watkins, another veteran official on the side as an AR. Another stellar crew we've had over these last 4 games here for the ECC finals on the girls and boys side.
Tomorrow night we'll be live from New London High School. Colin will go back to his role as administrator, father, official, and I will be joined by Madison Canestrari as we will have ECC Volleyball Championships live from New London.
Tell you what, Case, we're getting a far reach. I'm getting text messages left and right from people all over, people from out of state, people from in town, people from various walks of life that I'm friends with in the soccer community. And watching this broadcast, even a shout out to my daughter here, send me a nice little hi. So shout out to my daughter Kaylin. But yeah, I think what you all do with game day and in various sports, from football to soccer to volleyball to all the sports throughout the year, is a credit to the hard work that you and Peter Wappy and sports doctors done over the years, and Mike DeMauro. So a credit to you for bringing sports as we do year in, year out in all 3 seasons. It's a great thing we have here in Eastern Connecticut.
Well, I want to thank you for setting the standard for coming in 2 nights a year, and you're always impeccably prepared, and you've become very good at this, to the point where you're getting hired left and right to do this kind of work. You could do this for a career anytime you wanted to, and it's been appreciated for setting that standard. It's been a joy. We learn more and more every year, and I think what we learned this year is that we have perhaps 2 on, one on the girls' side, one on the boys' side, 2 magical seasons, 2 dominant teams. The likelihood of state championships, the year that Bacon girls won it, the East Lyme boys won it, can that happen again this year, 2 years later?
It's kind of like the UConn, double dip there,
Here comes a chance, a shot, and a goal! Senior Owen Tapia puts one away, and they're mobbing him because the senior came in late and he got himself a goal.
And that's my point, Casey. They have such a deep bench. You got a senior coming off the bench and putting a goal away in his final ECC game here in the Division I EC tournament, and sealing the deal for East Lyme with just 23 seconds left in this game.
Number 19, Owen Tapia.
And that's how you know the fans, that they know this is a senior, this is a kid who's been biding his time, and he's part of this group, this unbelievable group. He gets in the ECC championship game, he puts one in the back of the net. Just what a nice moment for that young man and for the fans of East Lyme.
And a testament to their success, right? Successful people are happy for others, right? And they cheer on their teammates. And this team is just a brotherhood of guys that really want each other to succeed.
So we are 8 seconds away as the clock will strike midnight on Ledyard, and the East Lyme Vikings have won 4 in a row, not surprisingly by a score of 4-0. So congratulations, Coach Christensen and all of the Vikings on a dominant season. They remain undefeated. The shutouts continue. They'll move on as the number 1 seed in state play. I'll be down on the field shortly for the Roberto's Log Cabin Player of the Game Day, as well as the interview with Coach Wally Christensen. Colin, I can't thank you enough for coming in again and just teaching us all so much about soccer. It's been a pleasure till we do it again next year. For Peter Wappy and all the Game Day crew, Game Day CT, find the interviews. You've been watching Game Day live on theday.com.